We are, David, can you hear me up there, all right? Okay. We are going to get started. Simon is still meeting with some patients, just like several people, but he has said to go ahead and get started. I'd like to welcome all of you to the annual meeting. I'm Kelly Vance, and I'm the chair of LAM Action. I wanted to just mention a couple of housekeeping things. The fire exits are here at the front and at the back of the room. The toilet facilities, if you haven't seen the signs, are down the corridor and then to the left and past the security guard to the right. We are streaming this meeting again live on the internet, and also Jill, our trusty photographer, is taking photographs through the day. So if any of you do not want us to capture your image, please let us know. That's okay. Sorry. That's okay. And lastly, for any of you who have not yet contributed to the cost of lunch, if you are able to do so, we would be very grateful for that. We have what promises to be a very interesting patient meeting today, but we first have to attend to the formalities of our member meeting, and so I will start with that. Last year at this time, we were celebrating LAM Action's 10th anniversary. And I have to say, I felt a little bit in awe of everything that had been achieved, and more than a little bit worried about what we were going to do to match that progress. Well, if the last year is anything to go by, I didn't have anything to fear. Much of what we've done this year falls into the category, I think, as business as usual. But it is a very important business. For example, a lot of our members continue to use LAM for advice and information. I, for one, had no idea that acid reflux could harm my lungs. Now I do. I also didn't know where to look for travel insurance or what to do about mouth ulcers that were caused by rapamycin, but now I do. And all of those things I've learned on LAM in the last year. We continue to publish LAM Post every quarter, and sometimes we do struggle to find stories, and so we really appreciate those of you who are willing to write for us. And I want to give a special thanks to Lucy Falconer, Claire Lowries, Rosina Dobos, and Helen Sabin for all of their work as our LAM Post editors. During the past 12 months, we've revamped our website. And I hope that for those of you who have gone onto the site, you find it much easier to navigate and find the information that you're looking for. Cook Design was our outside design team, and I want to thank our very own Julie Goodliff, Jill Hollis, Claire Lowries, Annie Sikowski, and John Wood for all of their hard work. It was a tremendous effort to get the new site written and get it up and running, and it's also a fair job to maintain it. So thanks to all those involved. Thanks to the efforts of Jill Hollis, we've participated in Rare Connect this year. Now, Rare Connect is an online community that links patients around the world together with rare disease. And Jill has been part of an international team that has created the LAM Action community page, and to make sure that the information on that site was current and accurate. We also owe thanks to Javi Carroll, who helped collect saliva samples for the Genome-Wide Association Study, also known as the SPIT study. That study is taking place at Harvard University. And if any of you have not yet volunteered your SPIT, please see Javi. Now, none of this is likely to make the headlines, but it is what we're all about, which is supporting patients. Now, speaking of headlines, many of our members have appeared in their local papers and the press. And I want to thank those of you who are willing to share your stories. I know it is not an easy thing to do, but in doing so, you've helped raise awareness of LAM and helped promote LAM Action. And if any of you are thinking about talking to the press, we do have a media guide, and we can also put you in touch with our PR consultant, Sampika, who can help you through that process. Many of you will recall that at our meeting last year, we launched our STAR campaign. And the goal of that campaign is to raise £75,000 more than we would typically raise in a 3-year period. And we wanted to raise at least a third of that goal this year. I'm delighted to say that we have met that goal. Now that money is going to support Eru Dongre, who is a PhD student working with Dr. Debbie Clements. And Debbie and Eru are going to be along later today to talk about their research. But for now, I just wanted to thank you for making Eru's studentship possible and promoting the campaign so brilliantly. We also need your continued support because we have 2 more years left of that campaign. Now, as I've just mentioned our finances, I am going to turn things over now to Jane Tallents, who I can't see actually. There she is. Jane, for a few more minutes at least, is our treasurer. So over to you, Jane.
Okay, so this is the report on the finances for the year ending 30th of April 2014. Oh, why doesn't it work? What do you have to do with it, Simon? Oh, thank you. Oh, it should. Thank you. Sorry, can you hear me? I wasn't even holding this up. How do you make it go on then? Oh, I've got it. Thank you. Sorry, I shouldn't be in this job. Balances for the year. Okay. So in hand at the beginning of the year, we had £185,288. Total income for the year was £98,557. Expenditure was £82,838. Giving us a total at the end of the year of 201,007. A breakdown of the income. 55% was your fundraising, raising 54,205. 36% was donations, 35,304. And interest, 9,048. That's a high figure because when Lloyd's split with TSB Bank, we had deposit accounts with them over a 2- and 3-year period, and they had to foreclose those when they split, so they paid us all the interest that we were owed in a lump sum, which was lovely. And total income comes to 98,557. Expenditure breakdown, 12% on patient support and administration. That was 9,617. And in that comes the web revamping of the website. Fundraising expenses and PR, that's mainly PR, 7,889, and the golden bonds, which we get for the marathon, which is £1,800. And research, the main expenditure, 79%, 63,332, and that's the salaries of the 2 researchers and consumables that they need for their work. So the total is 82,838 expenditure. And at the year end, the assets in the HSBC, we have £110,345. In the TSB Bank, 10,561. And then we have 2 new accounts, Scottish Widows, 40,000, and Virgin Money, 40,000. Interest, interest that we're owed, 2,496. Tax reclaim, that's actually come in already, 3,436, but wasn't included in the last year. Cash in hand, 101, giving us total assets of 206,939. And then liabilities over the next 12 months. Research, 73,000. Patient support and administration, roughly 8,500. Fundraising expenditure and PR, about 7,500, giving us liabilities of 89,000 over 12 months. And our net assets at the end of the year, 117,939. And finally, I'm handing over, you'll be glad to hear. This is me during the last year, tearing my hair out. And this is me last week, trying to get the end of year right. This is my husband, who picks me up off the floor, wipes my tears, and then does the sums for me. So I need a big thank you for him, because he's been such a support. He's not here, though. And this is the lovely lady who's taking over. I hope you've got to vote yes for her, which is Sarah. So I'm handing over, and your money will be in safe hands if you do vote yes. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, bear with me just a minute. Sorry about that. Not my strong suit. Okay, as Jane just said, it's time to vote. Under our Constitution, our executive committee needs to be at least 3 people and no more than 15, and 9 of those people may be elected by our membership, with the remainder co-opted. Now, Jane is one of several members who are stepping down from our committee this year, and I will say more about that in just a few minutes. But for now, we are proposing this list of people. And as I read their names, if they're here, because we're missing a few people today, if they could maybe wave or stand up, and if I could get a second for the nomination, and we'll just vote on you in turn and hopefully get through this quickly. The first person is Lucy Falconer. Do I have a second? All in favor? Any opposed? Great. Julie Goodliff, a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Great. Jill Hollis, all in favor? None opposed, I assume. Simon Johnson. I don't even need to ask for the vote. You're just in. Helen Sabin. All in favor? None opposed? Sarah Sharples. All in favor? Any opposed? Jane, you're off the hook. Ann Tattersfield. All in favor? Great. None opposed? Me, Kelly Vance. Thank you. John Wood. He can't be here today. All in favor? None opposed? Great, thank you. And then we're co-opting Javi Carroll, Claire Lowry's, David Mercer, who's up at the back of the room, and Charlotte Smith. Next up is the election of our officers. Same process. I will stand as chair for another year if you'll have me. All in favor? Thank you. None opposed? Okay. Julie Goodliff is our secretary for another year. All in favor? None opposed? And Sarah Sharples as our treasurer. All in favor? None opposed? Can't back out now. I do want to thank Sarah for agreeing to serve. I think being our treasurer is one of the most important roles of the committee and of LAM Action. And most of you probably know Sarah is an accountant, and we're just delighted that she's going to bring her expertise to work for LAM Action. So thank you, Sarah. Before I close the formal part of our meeting, I would like to recognize a few people. Now, those of you who attended our patient meeting a couple of years ago will probably remember one committee member in particular for his excellent rendition of Swing Low, Sweet Chariot. Charlie Sabin has been a tireless supporter of LAM Action. He has brought enthusiasm and optimism to everything, and we will miss him very much. I'm sure that he is going to continue to be involved with LAM Action and give us his support, but I think he deserves a round of applause. Annie Sikowski is also stepping down from the committee. Annie has brought us a fresh perspective on much of what we've done and has also been an important contributor to LAM Post and to the new website. Like Charlie, I think Annie will continue to be involved, and in fact, she has already volunteered for a couple of things. So Annie, thank you as well. The third person has already revealed that she's stepping down, and that is Jane Tallons. Jane deserves special mention, not just for how much she has done for us, but for how long she has helped support us. Jane goes back to the days of LAM Trust, and I think as far back as at least 1995. Jane was Anne Tattersfield's secretary, and we all know it's hard to say no to Anne. Anne told me that Jane just gradually got sucked in. But her role grew from writing checks and thank you letters to eventually becoming our treasurer. And she has been, despite what she says, a magnificent treasurer. It is not an easy job, and she has kept us absolutely on the bottom line. And Jane, I think that we will miss you terribly. Most of you know that Jane is a keen gardener, and the plants in the lobby are a testament to that. But we wanted to get you a token of our appreciation. Hopefully you will remember us fondly as you're in your garden. And it's here. So I don't know what it is because I know nothing about gardening. Last but by no means least, I want to recognize Professor Simon Johnson. Now, fear not, Simon is not leaving the executive committee. But I thought it was important today to mention the very significant honor that Simon received a couple of months ago. He was awarded the U.S. LAM Foundation Scientific Advancement Award for 2014. And that award, and I quote, recognizes his long-standing commitment to patient care, clinical research, and basic research as the director of the National Centre for LAM, as well as his international leadership. He has dedicated himself to the LAM patient community in the UK through his founding role in the LAM Trust, now known as LAM Action. Now, for those of you who know Simon, you know he does not like a fuss made, and I'm surprised he hasn't come up to take a microphone from me. But it is hard to imagine what our lives would be like without him. As the award recognizes, Simon was one of our founders. In addition, just some of the other things he's done. He initiated the early trial of sirolimus in the UK. He co-chaired the European Respiratory Task Force, which agreed the ERS guidelines on the diagnosis, treatment, and management of LAM in 2010. And of course, he successfully applied to establish and now runs the National Centre for LAM here in Nottingham. Without exception, every LAM patient I've spoken to about Simon thinks that he is a wonderful doctor. Words like caring, calm, dedicated, and someone who explains things clearly are used time and again to describe him. Now, given Simon's dedication and zeal, I think both he and LAM Action are very lucky that his family shares his enthusiasm. We owe a debt of gratitude to his wife, our very own Jan Johnson, and to their daughters Sophie and Naomi, because they've not only supported Simon, but they have also given us their support. So Simon, congratulations on the LAM Foundation Scientific Advancement Award, and thanks to you, Jan, Sophie, and Naomi for all you do for us. Thank you. In the hope I haven't just embarrassed her, I am going to turn things over now to Jan. Hopefully everyone here knows that we would not be here today without her. She runs this meeting. She does everything for it. She also runs our lives the rest of the year. And of course, she is always willing to listen and support us. So Jan, over to you, and thank you very much.
Can I just get rid of this? I presume so. Okay, right. Good morning and welcome everybody. It's really lovely to see you all. Sorry about all that fumbling about. Okay, I should have done my introduction on a previous slide, but never mind. So I'm just going to advertise our lovely Christmas cards to you. £3.50 a pack, new supplier this year, so there will be no upside down greetings on the wrong page. This, hopefully, I haven't checked them all, but I'm hoping that we won't have any problems like that this year. I hope you've noticed we have some beautiful new note cards down there as well for you. They have our logo on the back and little strapline about LAM. So please help us make some more funds by getting your friends and family perhaps to buy some packs as well, because they're really very useful thing that you use all the time, aren't they? I know not a lot of people do write things, but you do. There are times when you want to write a thank you. So I'm just going to reiterate what Kelly said. We need some new blood on our committee. Well, we would like to have some new blood on our committee. We're particularly interested in people with maybe some fundraising skills, but you know, any skill you feel that you have, please come and talk to us. Helen is going to be manning a table downstairs, as well as the cake stall and perhaps half the plant stall as well. So go along and talk to her. She's lovely, and hopefully she'll get you on board. Fundraising, Jane's already gone through this, and Kelly, so I'm just going to reinforce the fact that fantastic, absolutely wonderful. Thank you for responding to the STAR campaign. But we've spent it all, so we need you to do it again next year. So how did we do it? Well, we had several donations in memory of, we had Eddie Davey, whose daughter is in the room, I think. No? Yes, there she is, up the back there. So thank you very much to you, Sarah, for getting the collection at the funeral, and to Peter Wadsworth, Joy and forgotten Joy's husband is not. Yeah, Nick, not here today. They had a couple of other engagements, but saying thank you to them. And then donations in memory of Anwara, Mia, Julie Delancey, excuse me, Alison Leslie, and Lucy's son Thomas. Lots of familiar names here, come back year after year, supporting us over and over again. Audrey and Adrian there had a lovely party to celebrate Audrey's 5-year anniversary of her transplant, and had raised a really significant amount. Paul and Carol Rose, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today, they've done so many car boot sales that they were approached by Winchester Council to do a charity boot sale. So that was fantastic. They raised about £1,000, I think, from that. Charlotte, she's not here today, but she gives lots of talks to things and donates her fees. The Grangewood Methodists, who many of you will remember Jane Ward, every year they do send in a significant donation. Claire Hemington's daughter, Lucy, goes to Long Ridings Primary School, and they had a Christmas fundraiser, raised about £400 or £500, I think, which was absolutely fantastic. I thought that the Christmas jumper raffle was quite an innovative idea. Yeah, we have, Jill has a Just Giving page, and so yes. And then several personal donations, some very nice donations to start off our STAR campaign this year, and you'll recognise some of the names up there as well. Sporting challenge as well. There's these mad people that like to keep fit. I just can't believe that they managed to raise all this money for us as well. Justin Chu, his wife Annabelle Ashcroft must have put him up to this one, and Lisa and Mark are in the room somewhere. Not only did Mark run the marathon for us, but they also did a spin-a-thon, and you can see them in the middle here with all their fans and friends at the gym, and raised over £2,000, which is fantastic. I'm not quite sure who Vanessa Cornby is. She's definitely related to a LAM patient, but I looked up the major series because I didn't have a clue what it was, and it just looks like some big mud fest, and everyone is covered in mud and water, and there's obstacles and hills, and it's a team thing, and she raised loads of money through it, so fantastic. David Wiseman, he's the young man there with the bandage around his knee, and I had an email the other day, which I really feel I want to read to you. Many of you will remember Mariam Wiseman, and this is her sister sent me this with the photograph, and it's really quite a poignant story. David was just 11 when Mariam became gravely ill in 2007, and he was always very close to his mum. And over the past couple of years, he watched as the fundraising efforts of other members of family, and he resolved to do his own sponsored run as soon as he was old enough, and turned 18 in February this year. On the day, we delivered him to the start and watched him line up with the older and more experienced runners. He stayed with the leading group until a knee problem caused him to stop at 11 miles. And after 35 minutes of first aid treatment and strapping, he got moving again and finished the race with his actual running time very close to his fast estimate, which was 1 hour 40 minutes. And although he was disappointed about his knee injury, he was pleased with his performance and is already eyeing up the Glasgow event in October. He didn't run in LAM Action colours, but she's hoping to get him organised for next time, and attaches his photo. So I thought that was a really lovely story. James and Leanne are here. I'm sure I saw them earlier. Yes, there. Absolutely brilliant effort here. 8 half marathons. I can't believe you did that. Have you recovered? Well, thank you very much. A fantastic amount of money you've raised there. And Lucas, who's Alex's colleague, I think, Alex's friend and colleague, he did absolutely massive races for us and raised loads of money. And Rufus Grantham, again, been a long-term runner and supporter and triathlete, and you name it, he has a go at it. The London Marathon has... We continue with our bond for this. We've had it now for, I can't remember, too many years. And Mark is here, obviously. Matt Sharples is here, our new treasurer's husband, sitting over there at the back. So, did you and Stephen run on the Golden Bond together? Yeah. So, Nat Fields, he is Amy Fields' brother. And our own Jenny, Simon's ex-PhD student, who many of you probably met last year, she didn't run on a golden bond. She got her own place and then decided to raise money for LAM Action on it. So we didn't have to pay for her place at all. And they've raised to date just under £10,000. And that's fantastic from a much depleted field, because we had quite a lot of problem with injuries this year. So thank you, everyone. So moving away from that sort of fundraising to something that was actually really lovely and really good fun. And David organised it. Paul Joyce is a friend and colleague, ex-colleague, I think, of David's. And Paul is hopefully going to be here at lunchtime. And he wrote the score, I think, for the Snow Queen. Yes, yeah. And actually, I think that premiered here in Nottingham because I think our daughter Sophie, and I hadn't put two and two together until recently, was actually in the choir for that when she was about 5, which was amazing. And it all happened in a quarry down the road. So we have a little CD of it in the cupboard somewhere, collecting dust. Anyway, it was just before Christmas, and as I say, Paul very kindly allowed us to be involved, allowed us to go along and shake buckets, and also said that we could have any proceeds from the concert towards our funds. Sadly, we didn't sell enough tickets to get any proceeds, but we did raise £580 by turning up and forcing the people in the audience to give us money in exchange for balloons and sweets. And it was just before Christmas, so it was really lovely. And of course, the lovely Olivia Coleman was there, which we all hoped to meet, but didn't get to, which was a real shame. But she really, you can see why she's such a star. It's really amazing. And she donated her fee to us, £500. And there's a very pretty looking stage. That's the Snow Queen and the Royal Philharmonic. It was quite a prestigious event. So a shame more people didn't turn up. And there's Adrian, and obviously everyone knows Olivia, and Paul, who you might see around at lunchtime. So big thank you to Paul, his team LAM Action. And you can see we all had good fun. That's Paul there in the middle. And here's 2 reluctant teenagers that were dragged down from Nottingham, and look as though they're thinking, God, these adults. That's my daughter. Now I'm moving on to the glamorous weekend. So many of you will have bought the raffle tickets for this and made your friends and family buy the raffle tickets for this. And for this, really, we have to thank John, tireless fundraiser and amazing ideas man that he is. And he approached the owners of the restaurant, the Providores, which is on just off Marylebone High Street in London. And they basically agreed to whoever's going down there to have anything off the menu. There was no limit, and wine and the whole thing. They will not have to pay a penny. So hopefully whoever wins won't go down there and order, I don't know, some very expensive champagne or anything. I also want to thank Leanne, because she was responsible for the wonderful offer from Hilton. So thank you very much, Leanne. Really, really appreciate it. And it was won by Andy Crompton, who I believe is a friend of Helen's. Yeah. And by a quirk of fate, they are actually on their way to London now, taking up their prize. So yes, so that's really, really nice. But the praise for the whole thing has to go to John. He had the idea and he approached the restaurant, and it's just amazing. And here's another one that goes to John as well, because he did a bucket shake, you may remember, at Watford Football Club, which he's a massive Watford fan, God knows why, but anyway. And so he thought, well, let's try some other clubs. So he wrote to Arsenal, and they said, no, you can't come and do a bucket shake here. But they gave us a football, and it was signed by the current team. So we thought we'd hang on to it until time was right, and as luck would have it, Arsenal won the FA Cup. So the thing was launched, and it closed last Sunday and raised £650 for a football. Amazing. So again, thanks, many, many thanks to John, and also to Claire, because she set up the online system for the bid and really did help John out quite a lot. Now I'm going to move on to things that are coming up in the future. Here's lovely Helen again, who is having a glamorous Royal Ascot Day in her local pub in Leamington Spa. And charging people to get in, and they get a gourmet lunch and a bookies runner and something else, I can't remember. Yeah, live music, yeah. And hoping to raise loads of money for Ascot, and you bought the buckets back, and you've got to take them all back with you. So I hope they have a lovely day. In August, this is David's involved in this one. We've now signed up for 3 places for the next 3 years for this, what seems like a very popular ride in London for fundraising. It's grueling. It looks terrifying. It ends on Box. They have to take Box Hill. Is it Box Hill in? It just looks. So it's a 100-mile, and it's on the Olympic Road race course. And they have to pledge to raise at least £1,500 for us. But they also have to pledge to be able to do the 100 miles within 9 hours. Is it, David? So they've got to be pretty fit, I think. So, but we have 3 very willing riders for this year. So. And then in September, this is just an amazing story, actually. I'm just trying to remember who's associated with these people. Written it down somewhere. Sorry, it'll come to me in a minute. Anyway, Ruth and Andy. Andy's a vicar. They're getting married in Derbyshire in September. He's got 4 churches, and he's asked everyone that's coming to the wedding or having anything to do with it to give no presents, just give all the money to LAM Action. So how lovely is that? Just beautiful idea. So I think, oh, here we go. Sharon Cook. She's the Lammy, and whose friend, I think Ruth is her best friend. And then Rob Weatherly, and I'm sorry, but I can't remember which LAM patient this man is associated with, is training up currently, it might be John again, for the Land's End to John O'Groats race. They're doing it for us and meningitis now. And apparently they really are taking it very, very seriously and training like mad. John follows their blog, and apparently it's just makes you feel weak just to look at it. And then this is something that actually it's something I'm just putting out there because I don't know any sailors. But if any of you do know any sailors who would like to take part in this Eddystone pursuit, I was approached by someone a couple of months ago who also sent in a donation inviting us to take part in it. It's a charity sailing race. The boats, the owners of the boats get themselves fundraised, but I don't think it costs anything to go into the race. But then there's a charitable trust runs the race called the Eleanor Creek Settlement, and then whoever comes in the first few places and does the best fundraising, they then contribute to the fundraising. So if anybody knows of any sailors or people that have done sailing and would like to enter this, then I'd be really happy to hear from you. So, Lamposium. Well, I really don't know what to say about this because it was just an overwhelming experience for me. I've heard all about it from Simon, from Anne, from Lucy, from Jill, and I really didn't know how I'd feel about it, but I was really impressed. It was so well organised. There were, as it says here, 152 women with LAM and 116 of their friends and family. 58 of them had gone there for the first time because they relocated it to Chicago, which is a much easier place to get to, apparently. Cincinnati's a bit of a nightmare to get to. But there were 108 physicians and scientists there, and they were some of the top scientists in respiratory medicine and molecular medicine around the world. And there are these 2 parallel sessions, but you're not excluded from either session because you're a patient. You can go into the scientific session if you're interested, and likewise crossover. The staff worked so hard. They were up with a smile at 6 in the morning, and they were still up 11, 12 at night with a smile. So helpful. So I was very impressed with the whole thing. And this is Frank McCormack with the lovely lady that started the whole thing off, and without which I don't even think we'd be where we are, really, Sue Burns. And this is Sue's daughter, Andrea. Yeah. And I thought this quote summed up really how I felt about it, because the medics, they were up and they were having their breakfast and they were talking about LAM the whole time they were there, and the scientists and what they were going to do to the next bit of research, how they were going to set up next year's meeting. And I don't know, it was just, it overwhelmed me really. But here they all are, the 152 LAM patients all together, the most LAM patients ever together in one room, and from all around the world. I met people from Canada and Australia and New Zealand, and it was just so nice how they made them feel so special, and they all got given a rose. And I thought, oh, you know, we Brits don't do things like that. But even I felt quite emotional sitting there and looking at them all and seeing how they got their rose, and it was really important to them, and they all sat together. And yeah, it was just, you have to go and experience it, I think, because until you go, you don't know what it's like. And it was fun as well. It wasn't all just serious stuff. You see, no dancing around handbags here, dancing around oxygen cylinders, but still dancing and having fun. This is Bronwyn, who runs the New Zealand group. She's an amazing woman, really impressed with her. And her daughter has LAM, so she's done amazing things and raised loads of money in New Zealand. This is the gambling area at the gala dinner. I think this was the awards banquet, wasn't it? This one, yeah, where Simon got his award, and Frank said some really lovely things about Simon, and Simon said some really lovely things about all of us, including a lung function department, and Sharon and Janet, and everybody had their picture up there. Even one of our old cars that we trundled around the UK when Simon first started doing his research, and Naomi was with a baby. So it was a lovely talk, and I'm glad I've been, and I'm glad I experienced it. Finally, I just want to end off with thanking a few people. I want to thank the University of Nottingham. Without them, we would not be sitting in here. They give us their IT support. They give me lots of IT support. They give us the rooms, and they let me have an office. So we need to thank them. I want to thank Anne for last night. Very lovely supper once again, and it was warm enough to sit outside for once as well. I want to thank Kelly and Jill, because nobody thanks Kelly and Jill, and they do so much stuff behind the scenes to further your cause, and Jill particularly in Europe, and Kelly working really hard on all the legal stuff, and just loads of stuff both of them do that nobody ever hears about. I want to thank John, because without John we wouldn't have raised all the money and that we have. He has amazing ideas, and also he supports us so well with all our design, the changing of the logo, all that stuff. Nothing is too much trouble for that man. If I ask him to do something, the same day he always comes back, and there'll be a nice poster for this, or he's just amazing. I want to thank Claire for what she's done with the supporting us, changing the website, and for the football thing, and quite a lot of IT support that she gives us. Huge thank you to David and Julie and all the Mullins Mercer clan, including John and Irene, who turn up and do our raffle every year and bring lots of lovely things and have tabletop sales and raise money for us. So big thank you to all of you, and David for the marathon, and you for the marathon too, and all the other races, and turning up here and recording us and pushing us out live on the internet. Helen and Charlie, you are tireless and wonderful, and nothing is too much trouble for either of you. And I too am sad that Charlie's leaving the committee. I want to thank my family for putting up with me when I'm busy and grumpy and moany and going home and having dinner very, very late. And Simon, who does give me loads of support in my role, and Sophie, who's who came up all the way from Bristol last night, didn't get here till 11, and she's out there helping us, so I want to thank them. And finally, of course, I have to thank Jane. And Jane, I'm going to so miss you. So thank you for everything. She gives me tons of support. But welcome to Sarah. I'm really looking forward to working with you. So I'm sure everything's going to be great and in good, safe hands. So thank you, everyone. Have a lovely day.
We are delighted to have with us Dr. Sarah Booth today. Dr. Booth has excuse me, a joint clinical and research role. She is Macmillan Consultant in Palliative Medicine, Clinical Director of Palliative Care at Addenbrooke's, Associate Lecturer, University of Cambridge, and Honorary Senior Lecturer at the Department of Palliative Care and Policy at King's College London. In learning about Dr. Booth for today, I was struck by her long-standing interest in breathlessness. I believe it started in her first specialist palliative care role at St. Christopher's Hospice in London. And there she carried out a trial of the effectiveness of oxygen air in relieving cancer dyspnea. In later roles, she validated the shuttle walking test in assessing functional capacity for people with breathlessness, and she has studied mindfulness in the management of breathlessness and other chronic conditions. Dr. Booth founded the research-based breathlessness service at Addenbrooke's Hospital in Cambridge to help people living with breathlessness and to learn more about how to improve their care, ensuring that they get all the help that they need. And as I understand it, she is one of the very few people who's doing this type of research outside of the cancer context. So I'm really looking forward to hearing what she has to say. Dr. Booth?
Right. Thank you very much for that generous introduction, and thank you for inviting me to join your group. I must say I had a wonderful evening last night. Thank you, Professor Tattersfield. But actually what was so wonderful was to meeting you who are living with LAM and your family and living so very positively and impressively, and I've heard more of that this morning. So as Kelly mentioned, I started out in a conventional palliative care background, if I can put it that way, by working in hospices and mostly with cancer patients. But I was in post as clinical director. I actually left as clinical director in 2012 at Addenbrooke's. I came to Addenbrooke's to found the palliative care service, maintaining my interest in breathlessness that had started at St. Christopher's and started to work much more with people with non-malignant diseases. Of course, most of that was chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, but as I understand it, some of the changes, the end result is very like chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. But what has struck me is that you are living with breathlessness at a much younger age than most of the people with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, so therefore with different preoccupations around work and childcare. And also living with a condition that isn't recognised by many people, and I think that brings its own difficulties. So what I was going to start by doing was talking about self-management of breathlessness with some very specific breathlessness techniques, and then move into talking about those things that are about mostly living with a chronic condition, which overlap with breathlessness. Now, to support, I haven't used lots of the academic papers, but I have brought these along, which were written for clinicians, our breathlessness manual about how to set up a breathlessness service. But that has a lot of the references in the back and a lot of the practical information. I've also would reference I've brought 40 of these positions information sheets about positions and breathing techniques to help breathlessness, but they're on our website, which I'll also reference at the end, along with 8 other information sheets that you can download and a couple of films, and also the Wellbeing Journal, which I'll say a bit more about. So there are copies of those outside for people just to take. Okay, so I'm going back to 1966 when there was the first symposium on breathlessness. As you know, management of symptoms often takes second place to management of disease. And we can think of a disease-illness model. The disease is the condition like LAM. The illness is the impact it has on our own lives and how we live with that. And today, when I talk about lives, I mean lives of carers as well as lives of patients. Actually, how patients and carers understand breathlessness has a lot to do with how effective management is going to be. So when I talk about those who the illness has an impact on, I am talking about friends and family as well, and we'll say more about that at the end. Now, Julius Comroe, who is a cardiologist, gave perhaps, I think, the most helpful definition of breathlessness, though of course it's succeeded in the academic literature by the ATS definition, which I'll come on to. But he talks about an unpleasant type of breathing. And someone pointed out to me last night that really using the word breathlessness wasn't quite accurate, because it isn't like the breathlessness you have when you're healthy. Although it may seem like it, there isn't an exhilaration or a feeling of achievement associated with the breathlessness of illness. So Julius Comroe hit the nail on the head by talking about it being unpleasant. It's subjective. That means that actually only the person suffering the breathlessness can really understand or rate it. You can't look at someone and say, well, you're not that breathless. It's actually entirely subjective, and we'll come on to discuss more about that. And like pain, it involves both the perception, so that's in a way about our brains and our lungs and our heart, but also our reaction to the sensation. And perhaps that's the bit that we can control. We can learn ways to reduce the impact of the sensation on us. So if I was to say one thing that I think is very important to understand today and helps us to learn how to manage breathlessness or reduce its impact rather than learn how to manage it, and this map is in there. Breathlessness is in the brain. Okay, so although the changes that make us feel breathless, the pathology, if you like, is in our heart or our lungs or our chest, I'm talking more generally than LAM now, we actually experience breathlessness through our brains. And there's 2 areas, 2 divisions rather than areas. I haven't gone down to the specific areas in this. But actually, there's a very rather an automatic area of the brain in the brain stem that almost works like a thermostat or any other control center that we're used to, receiving signals and setting a rhythm, allowing, like, I can breathe and I'm talking and I'm not thinking about that. I can walk upstairs, I can dive into a pool. All those things, for those of us without problems with our breathing, are completely automatic. And actually, when we become breathless or have a problem that makes us breathless, we have an uncomfortable awareness of the need to breathe. It becomes much more conscious for us. And our brain stem is the area that automatically is generating the rhythm. But actually, our brain stem is affected by our higher centers, what we call our higher centers. The thinking and feeling part of us can affect our way that we breathe. And that's the bit that we can learn to alter. The higher centers of the brain and affect the way that the pattern of our breathing. So the American Thoracic Society had a working party on breathlessness in 1999, perhaps the first time they'd considered it as a symptom. And again, they came up with that word subjective. As it's an experience, it's not a simple, like a pain can be complex. You can think of simple pains as the ones where you touch a burning oven or something. It's just a complete arc to the brain that's very easy to understand, doesn't have long-standing impact. But when you start to have chronic breathlessness, or any chronic condition, it becomes intermingled with the physiological, psychological, social and environmental factors, which is where what we've learnt about breathing comes in, how we organise the space around us, the reaction of those around us can have an impact on our breathing. And I remember talking to people last night about what's unhelpful and unhelpful for people to do, and perhaps almost feeling stalked sometimes by people saying, oh, I'll stay with you while you're breathless, and actually, no, I'd like to be on my own, you know, or please don't tell me to sit down, or tell me not to panic, or tell me not to get anxious, because those are actually extremely unhelpful things for people to say. So actually our breathlessness can get worse because of what people is saying to us or how they're reacting. That's about the environment and the psychological. I think it's also important that they pointed out qualitatively distinct sensations. We're used to thinking that way perhaps with pain. It's certainly in medicine we think of burning, shooting, you know, the ordinary pain that you get in everyday life, aching. But actually, in breathlessness, there are many sensations. In asthma, you get chest tightness, but also in breathlessness, two really important ones are the sensation of air hunger, of just not getting enough oxygen or air in, and how frightening and terrifying that is. And the other one is work of breathing, where you feel you're having to work so hard to breathe. That those two sensations seem to be very, very important. And in fact, air hunger seems to be the one that's associated with more terror and distress. Now, I'm going to go straight on in talking about techniques to the handheld fan. And this was actually quite important in my early research. The first bit of research I did, as Kelly mentioned, was a randomized control trial of oxygen versus air. And this was in cancer patients in a hospice, in association with Professor Guz, who was one of the people at that original symposium, and he died recently. And actually, it seemed obvious to most people that oxygen must be something that would help breathlessness. Now, oxygen does help an underlying condition. I'm not talking about oxygen that you need for managing your underlying condition, for making sure your blood levels of oxygen are high enough. But actually, oxygen simply to make you feel less breathless isn't any more effective than air. And this has come out of several other studies as well, including a big multi-centre randomised controlled trial that was published in the Lancet about 3 years ago from Amy Abernathy. But actually, the handheld fan, for a long time, people who've suffered from breathlessness have said, in heart failure, it was very important for us to be taught that people with heart failure like to hang out of the window and get a draft of air across their face, often don't like the curtains around the bed, and that actually it seems that cooling this part of the face for reasons that aren't quite understood. Some people say it's something to do with the diving reflex, or the others say, well, that's supposed to disappear when you're in your early 20s. So we're trying to understand more about the fan. Seems to be very effective. Now, not only is it effective in terms of reducing the sensation of breathlessness, albeit for a short time, and actually we've just finished a small study that looked at how long it has had an impact in. Unfortunately, we did it in people who were breathless at rest for reasons I won't go into, but the impact seems to last for an hour or more. You wouldn't think that. But actually, the moment you give somebody who's had a condition like breathlessness where they haven't felt there's anything they can do about it, and you hand them something very simple and effective at palliating breathlessness, it actually alters their attitude to going out, to being active, because actually they now have something they can do to intervene with the breathlessness at quite an early stage. And what we do find is it also reduces the recovery time, which is another thing. I mean, if you have an attack of breathlessness which then takes you 20 minutes to really get over, that's a disincentive to doing things. But if you can actually recover more quickly using something simple like this, which is a very normal piece of equipment, so it's not quite as some people find it stigmatizing to be using some sort of a medical equipment in public. So having something like this is quite normal, can make quite a difference. It's also cheap, so it's possible to have one upstairs, one at the top of the stairs, one halfway up the stairs, one in the glove compartment, one in your handbag, because it's easily portable. So the fan is not only about reducing the sensation of breathlessness by cooling the face, but also by changing our thoughts and feelings about breathlessness by having something that we can intervene with quite early on. Okay. I think people often, one of the things we had to get over is that people thought, well, why is somebody giving me something like that? It's just, how can that possibly have an impact? And a lot of clinicians just don't believe that it can actually work. But actually, that is why it's very key for someone, when they give someone a fan, to sit down and give some explanation about it, and also to talk about the scientific rationale and the work that's been done. We have done a crossover randomised controlled trial of the fan, as well as doing these other sub-studies that are looking at the way it's used. And the first thing, before people even learn breathing techniques or positions, the first thing to understand is perhaps how to use a fan, because it's so simple. And if someone is feeling so overwhelmed by being breathless that they can't take in positions, just understanding that if you sit down, go into the forward lean position and focus on the out-breath, the in-breath take care of itself, always the in-breath takes care of itself, that actually the fan can be a very useful way of reducing that feeling of anxiety. We're going to talk a lot more about anxiety and feelings of anxiety. So when overwhelmed by a feeling of breathlessness, although I know somebody I was talking to last night said they didn't like sitting down when they were breathless, and everybody has to find out what's absolutely best for them, but starting with the thing that helps for most people. Recovery breathing that we teach is to stop what you're doing. I mean, Kelly referred to the shuttle walking test I did when I was at the hospice in in Oxford. And the shuttle walking test is where you walk up and down between two traffic cones 10 metres or 10 yards apart. And intermittently there's a bleep goes that asks you to walk further and faster. And when I started that work in the 1990s, there hadn't been all the publicity about how good exercise were for you, and I felt like almost a Nazi in the hospice asking people to do this test because, are you sure that won't be bad for people? And actually what happened was, by chance, we didn't do it by planning. Now we would do it by planning because we learned from that. But a lot of people had their relatives came to do that. And of course the relatives saw them walking up and down, getting breathless, but then becoming unbreathless. We weren't even using we were using the fan a bit, but not in a systematic way then, simply by stopping what they were doing. And it had a huge transformational effect, which was the other thing that helped me with my decide who needed to be in the breathlessness service, was that actually people seeing that, yes, you got breathless, that then you became unbreathless, changed their attitude to allowing, and that does happen with relatives sometimes, allowing or encouraging their loved one to exercise. Because if you know that someone you love is getting breathless, and that's very distressing to watch, particularly if you don't know what to do about it, you're going to discourage that person from exercising. You don't want to see that. You don't want to be put in that helpless position. But actually, as we'll come back to, being inactive actually ultimately makes you less fit, which makes you breathless at a lower level of activity, which actually instigates this spiral of disability. So knowing what to do, like this recovery breathing position, sitting down, taking up a forward lean position, focusing on the out-breath, using the fan, that's giving two people information about how to manage breathlessness, which then makes it possible for the person to be more active, which in turn has an impact on their breathlessness. And I'm sure you've all known, and we'll come on again to this, that actually using the upper part of your chest is the least effective way of helping your breathlessness, and it's trying to use your breathe with your diaphragm, so watching your abdomen go in and out rather than the chest go up and down. That's important, and I'll say a bit more about that. Focus on the out-breath, just having that in your mind when you're breathless being the easy first step. Now, for some people that we work with, something like a rollator is also a very helpful aid to becoming less breathless, because it actually supports activity and also allows people to, or enables rather than allows, to carry things around with them. I mean, I had a woman who was very breathless who used it, found it very useful because she could then walk up the hill to her neighbour to have a bridge game, and took all the stuff she needed with her. So things like walking aids can be very helpful, and walking around the supermarket, I think someone else mentioned this, that kind of height of being able to stop and lean forward on that is also very helpful for managing your breathlessness. Pursed lip breathing is another technique. Have any of you been taught pursed lip breathing? It's almost a way of keeping the airways open by imposing a kind of peep when you adopt this position. So it's a way of trying to focus on the out-breath through partially closed lips, and these normal things you do when you make a candle flame flicker, when you're trying to whistle, or when you're about to blow a kiss. So thinking of that, trying to think of your exhalation length, expanding on that, making it twice the length of your inspiration, 4 times the length of your in-breath, until your natural breath comes to an end. Focus on the out-breath. Positions can be very important, and somebody else mentioned that last night about learning about positions that are helpful. They're all ones that are putting your respiratory mechanics at their best advantage. Slight forward leans you can see in all of those, and actually finding somewhere that when you're caught breathless, taking up this position to aid your recovery more quickly. And there's more about that on the website too. Walking aids of different types, and sometimes when your breathlessness, you notice your breathlessness is getting worse, because I know in LAM that sometimes it's progressive, or there are plateaus but then periods of progression. It may be about reassessing your breathlessness at every time. Now, I know if your breathlessness gets worse, it's important for you to be medically examined to make sure you know there hasn't been a pneumothorax or another medical episode. But if your breathing is entering into a period when it's less well, it's about going back to the basics again and saying, what's going to help me now? Is there an aid or another technique that I can introduce at this stage which wasn't necessary or helpful before, that's now going to be of use? So being reassessed from your symptom point of view as well as your disease point of view at different stages. Some people, this isn't something that we use, but it's used widely at King's, who we collaborate with a lot. Some people find it helpful to have a poem that they can remember. Obviously, all these slides will be available, so you don't have to take notes now. To remind you, to bring you back to that way of breathing that's going to be most effective for you. Another thing that we do is write for specific people rituals for crises onto little sheets that we then laminate, so that when somebody's feeling breathless in the early stages, and learning to manage breathlessness is a training, so you may need reminders now and again, being able to draw it out and actually look at it, and also having one for the carer as well. And actually something like this poem, or the ritual where you say, your job when I'm breathless is to bring me my fan and to open it out, so that the person who's watching and feeling helpless has something positive to do, can also be very important. I'm now going to come on to activity and other ways of living that are important for living with a chronic condition. A chronic condition with periods of unpredictability, a chronic condition where even the treatment, as someone described to me last night, waiting for a transplant and various false alarms and other incredibly stressful events that they went through. So resilience is even more important in someone living with a chronic condition or living with someone with a chronic condition than in other conditions. And I came across these when I was looking at positive psychology interventions. Actually, people who use the breathlessness service, when we were evaluating it, said what they liked was a focus on what was still working in their lives rather than what had been lost. And actually, we didn't know we were doing that particularly, but it led me into a search for positive psychology interventions in a small trial, which I can say more about it over lunch or tea or something. But actually, it led to a look at the literature. And very, in the last 5 or 6 years, the Foresight team, who are part of the government's chief scientific officer's remit, they looked at ways of building mental resilience and came up with these 5 ways to well-being. Well-being they defined as a sense when people still find a sense of engagement with the world. Now, I felt like jettisoning this part of the talk last night because I've never met a more motivated and positive group of people than I met last night, but I will go through it even if it just reaffirms what you almost already know. Having a sense of engagement with the world around you can be lost easily when you have a chronic illness because of all the preoccupations and the things that you have to do to actually manage your illness. And you can feel divorced from the wider world. That clearly hasn't happened to this group. But maintaining a sense of engagement with life and with those things that are important to you are important for a sense of well-being. Having meaning, being involved in something bigger than ourselves, like LAM Action, is also critical for a sense of well-being, and actually pleasurable activities. And what surprised me when I was doing the study that we did, which was in people with advanced cancer, but actually they almost felt guilty about planning pleasurable activities. And actually having pleasure, doing enjoyable things should be something that you feel is important for your health, not just as a kind of indulgence. It's actually important for your mental resilience. So these 5 ways to wellbeing, which we will go through and which are in that wellbeing journal, are important. I didn't talk about exercise earlier because it came under activity. But exercise, there is evidence from the 1970s about the importance of exercise in managing breathlessness. It seems to work in 2 ways. One, if we become deconditioned or in everyday life unfit, our muscle structure actually changes. Muscles become less effective at dealing with oxygen, the fuel that we have. And actually, that spiral of disability, which can come about through feeling breathless, which is an unpleasant feeling to feel, avoiding it, so therefore doing less, so therefore you become less and less fit, your muscles become less and less efficient at using what fuel they do have. It means that in the end, you can become more breathless than you need be. Now, I know with a progressive illness, you can become very breathless because of the illness. I'm not trying to pretend you can overcome that with your mind over matter. I'm saying being as active as you can be can help you to maintain your fitness for as long as possible, so your fitness doesn't become a component in your breathlessness. Now, activity is also talking to a highly motivated group of people. I also am worried because I don't want people to feel if they go out and flog themselves on a treadmill that is a way of becoming fit, when actually that's not what their respiratory system would allow them to do. Activity is mental as well as physical, and it's thinking, how do I stay as fit as I possibly can with the condition I have? And it may mean about taking advice and actually being very creative at looking at ways that you can maintain activity. Activity has to be enjoyable, not a chore, and it has to be something you can integrate into your life. But once one understands, and this is one of the first statements on our general sheet about breathlessness, that although the feeling of being breathless is extremely unpleasant, horrible and frightening in many ways, it isn't actually doing us harm. Being breathless isn't harming us. So therefore, being breathless isn't something we have to avoid. Also, cognitively, thinking about that higher part of our brain, the thinking and feeling part of us, being breathless, we aren't going to, at the moment of being breathless, it's very common to feel, I'm never going to get my breath back. I'm never going to get my breath back. I'm never going to return. Even though you've been breathless lots of times before, it can feel overwhelming sometimes. And that's where you have to use that cognitive training. I've been breathless before. I managed to recover my breathlessness. I will get back to being unbreathless. I need to, sit down, take the forward lean, use my breath, or take out your sheet to remind you of that. So activity is something that's really important to maintain to the best of your ability, and doing it is highly individualized. But I would urge you to think creatively. So if you've been very deconditioned, or maybe singing would be a good start, even having an odd singing lesson. That's a mental and a bit of physical activity. But doing something, it doesn't have to be a gym, it doesn't have to be running, and it doesn't have to be doing something unpleasant that you never wanted to do ever in your life before. It has to be something that pleases you and feeds that other thing, that other sensation of well-being. We'll come back about to that in a minute. The other one is take notice. Now, this comes down often to, it's a feeling of living in the present, and that's why we got interested in mindfulness. It's a bit of a rotten word, I think, mindfulness, and I don't think mindfulness is the only way of achieving this. But it's something about living in the present, not loading present things up with what's happened to us in the past or what we're worrying about in the future. So very commonly with an illness, and particularly LAM, I'm sure a number of you, it was a while before you got diagnosed, even after you were feeling unwell. And so you think, well, if only this hadn't happened, or if only that happened, or, and in the future you think, well, what's going to happen to me in 5 years' time? How am I going to be in 5 years' time? And that kind of invades the present all the time and stops an enjoyment of the present. So mindfulness, which is a training again, it's an 8-week course, a group activity, if you actually do mindfulness-based stress reduction, with a 1-day retreat and home practice of mindfulness meditation that you consider and continue into the long term, is a way of training your mind to live in the present. There are other ways of doing this. Mindfulness has come to the fore because a lot of research has been done on it, which has demonstrated its effectiveness, firstly in mental illness, in anxiety and depression, but now it's coming through in things like breast cancer and other and COPD, actually. The thing about mindfulness, how it's thought to work, is that depression is thought, rumination is a characteristic of depression, and it's thought that mindfulness reduces the amount of rumination we do. That is what I referred to earlier. If only this hadn't happened, if only that hadn't happened, what if that? You learn to stop doing that, and that helps you to reduce depression, but also anxiety. The other one is connect. Now, this is a connection activity. And obviously this group is highly supportive, like the LAM line is a highly supportive thing. Making connections with people is extremely important to our health, and something that can be reduced or lessened by illness. And it's not only our very close relationships, the so-called intimate relations, that seem to be important, but also our more superficial or perhaps more casual relationships that seem to form a part of our infrastructure, our mental resilience infrastructure. And actually, having something like Connect, you can't sort of tick off, well, I've met 5 more people. I'm not suggesting you do that, but thinking, yes, if you're feeling low or you're feeling less well, you're thinking, this is the time I perhaps ought to go and do something that's going to connect me with other people. This is the time maybe I ought to use LAM line. Maybe this is the time I ought to phone someone else. It's that kind of feeling that, yes, this will actually help my health. It's not just a matter of phoning someone up for a Give. altruism. And often in palliative care, when we do research, one of the reasons that people cite for taking part in research is because they're very sick of being done to. You know, the feeling of actually participating and helping other people is good for their mental health. And of course, there's loads of evidence of that today from Jan's presentation. But actually giving, which doesn't have to be financial, actually, giving is an important part of our health too. It's a feeling of having the power to do good for other people. Altruism seems to be important for our health. And the last one is keep learning. And actually, chronic illness can be a thing that takes, and I heard about that last night. There's lots of loss associated with chronic illness, and I can see that you're a group that doesn't focus on that. But actually, it may be about learning other things, or learning to do other things, or other ways of living, or if you lose one activity, taking up another, or learning to do something in a different way, are all absolutely key for reducing the impact of a chronic illness on your overall mental and physical health. And on top of that, just if you look into the longer term, in terms of keeping our mental faculties alive, which seems to be very important for a healthier old age, always thinking, what can I learn? Curiosity are important things. And sometimes that may just encourage you to do something you've been thinking about for a long time. Not inevitably learning a language, perhaps it's learning a new recipe, or going home a different way, or taking a new route, or taking up something you'd thought of. But those seem to be important things for helping us to live successfully with chronic conditions. Now, chronic conditions are different from acute disease in that inevitably with any chronic illness, it's about learning to manage the anxiety that's perhaps associated either with progression or relapsing or remitting, or new investigations, or the what-ifs. And I'll leave some time for finding out or discussing other ways of doing that. Our nutrition is important because especially when you're diagnosed with something at a young age, which you're going to live with for many years, for decades, those small changes in nutrition can have a cumulative effect. You know, so actually having a poorer diet for a long time is going to have a big knock-on impact. Exercise is much easier if you keep it up to the level which you can manage right from the word go, and focusing on that, this is going to help me be as healthy as possible. Social contacts, being aware that depression in both the person with the illness and the carer are more prevalent, and therefore we need to seek out and nip it in the bud, or take action to avert them, perhaps by using something like mindfulness, and making sure that the people who live with someone with a chronic illness have the least impact of the illness on them as possible. Because if the carer has to do a lot of physical tasks, it's obvious that can have an impact on their own health, but also in enabling them to have their own lives that are separate, and making sure that there's the opportunity available to do that. Otherwise, that's going to be a problem in the longer term. I wanted to point out some resources that may be available. And I know you're often cared for in Nottingham or the Brompton and at your local centre as well. And often things like physiotherapists or occupational therapists are going to be people that you're going to use in your local centres. Occupational therapists are an underused group. They can often help you with aids to daily living, with learning anxiety reduction techniques, with something called pacing and prioritising. If you've got limited energy, it's about using it in the most effective way. And imagining that you have a jug full of energy at the beginning of the day, when you're less well, your jug of energy is smaller. So you have to use it in a more discriminatory way. And if you're trying to achieve something pleasurable, for example, I'm thinking of a particular patient at the moment, didn't obviously have LAM, but she loved to go to car boot sales, but obviously if she used all her energy up walking to where the stalls were, she wasn't going to enjoy the rest of the day. So it was about using something like a mobility scooter or a chair, or even getting a lift, not being embarrassed about saying, I need to use, you know, when you're going to an event, phoning up saying, I need to park near the venue because actually I've got a condition that limits my mobility. All those things are important, and occupational therapists can help you with that. Specialist nurses, of course you have Sharon here, and I don't know whether you have them at your local centres, but getting the help you need can prevent problems. Clinical psychologists, someone else mentioned last night how helpful they'd found a clinical psychologist, managing fears, managing anxieties, and learning positive interventions to help their health be as good as possible. Now, palliative care was associated solely with end-of-life care, solely with working in hospices. But in hospitals now, there are palliative care services. And when your symptoms are very difficult to manage, palliative care services can be of great help. And they're not only dealing with people at the end of life, they're becoming much more used to dealing with people with long-term conditions. Tai Chi is another technique which has anyone heard of Tai Chi as a martial art, which is actually important in helping people with balance, but also anxiety reduction. Again, you've got to pick one that you like, but recently I've had success with people who've taken up Tai Chi. You go along for 6 or 8, or it's a long-term commitment, which helps you with anxiety reduction as well. Mindfulness training I've mentioned, and the Wellbeing Journal is based on encapsulating the ideas of positive psychology into a journal setting. Mindfulness is a big word, it comes up all the time now, but it's simply a way of paying attention to the present moment actively, compassionately and non-judgmentally. So not about saying that was, you fail every time you try to do this, or you don't keep your mind, and you don't keep your mind empty, you're not very successful at this. It's learning to shut down autopilot. We found from our CBIS, which is our Cambridge Breathlessness Intervention Service, that actually people wanted to learn the art of relaxation, wanted to learn how to put things in perspective, wanted to learn how to de-emotionalize, take away the negative interpretations of what was happening to them, to help them take charge of their own breathlessness. In the Wellbeing Journal, we help you to learn to use your 5 senses fully. There's a relaxing body scan in there. There's some mindfulness interventions and yoga stretching exercises. In chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, it's been shown to help people learn how to have a less distressful interpretation of what's happening. It doesn't change what's happening, but it helps you to change the interpretation of that. I'll skip through the Wellbeing Journal because I've produced them with you, but it's actually an undated journal that helps you to use your 5 senses to record positive events, because recording positive events, even when things are difficult, helps us to focus on the positive. It's not saying everything's positive, it's not being crass and pretending that everything's easy, but it helps you when you're going through a bad patch to remember the good things that happen and the actions, the connections. It's also got some beautiful images in, and is a self-help training for achieving what mindfulness attempts. Tai Chi I've talked about, and I'd like to finish. Andrew Coates was actually a cardiologist, and he was writing an editorial. It's quite old now, this editorial, but I think it's wonderfully expressed. He was reviewing how yoga breathing had been shown to improve arterial oxygen saturation in patients with heart failure. And he reminded us that there are more ways to improve symptoms, a symptom like breathlessness, it's very complex, than simply stimulating, focusing on the organ that's diseased itself. You have to do that to treat the underlying condition, but you have to do other things as well. And there are multiple approaches to intervening with illness, and it's up to you with help to find ways that are most effective for you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. That was really interesting. And Dr. Booth is going to be here through lunch. We are running about 10 minutes behind, so if you have questions, follow up at lunchtime. I'm going to turn things over to Simon Johnson, who's going to talk about developments in the science.
Just while I'm changing over, I mean, I thought that was great, Sarah. Thank you so much for that. And it's actually, you can tell when somebody's an expert because they talk about things that you've listened to before, but actually you understand them by the end of it. And I found that it was very comprehensive and understandable and a reasonably hard act to follow, I would suggest. We're a bit short time. I'll go through this reasonably briskly. So, I mean, the meeting, we try and have a mixture of what people can do to help themselves now, which we've just had a very good example of. We like to highlight what's round the corner, what's coming up in the future. So I'm just going to highlight a few areas of current LAM research here. And there's a lot of stuff I could say, but actually the things I've limited myself to really are the things that are going to impact upon patients within the next probably 2 to 5 years. I haven't got any sort of blue sky stem cell sort of stuff in here, although whilst that's exciting, I'm sort of limited myself to what's going to be applicable fairly soon. So I'm going to talk about sort of 3 main areas, really. An animal model of LAM lung disease, which is something that the field's needed for a very long time, is now here. The main bulk of the talk is how we can improve treatment with rapamycin, and that's based really on understanding how LAM cells that cause the problem avoid being killed by rapamycin. And by understanding these processes, we can actually improve treatments. I'm going to talk about biomarkers a little bit for improving clinical management and research. Obviously, we're in very exciting times here with advances in these areas. And I'm just mentioning everything we're doing because I'm very excited about that too. But I'm going to leave Aru and Debbie Clements to talk about that this afternoon, really. So this is a sort of overview of what's happening in other places, really. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is an animal model of LAM lungs. And whatever you think about animal experimentation on its in ethical grounds, virtually every major disease area tests their new drugs in an animal system. There's animal models for diabetes, for liver fibrosis, animal models for testing out how influenza affects the system. Virtually any disease you can think of, most of new drug research happens in an animal model. And for LAM, as you probably know, LAM occurs when there's a change in the TSC2 gene in LAM cells, and the LAM cells become transformed and they grow and migrate abnormally. Now, people have always tried to model LAM in animals by stopping the function of the TSC2 gene in mice and rats, and when they do that, they get abnormalities, but they don't get any form of lung disease. And this has been a real limitation. You just can't test drugs on the main organ. And over the last year or so, we've had what I consider to be a pretty major advance in the field from Vera Krimskaya's group in the University of Pennsylvania, who described a mouse model for LAM. So this slide here is a section of a normal mouse lung, and you can see it's these little air spaces here with the cells around them. These are normal-looking alveoli, perfectly designed to absorb oxygen from the air in the spaces here into the blood vessels, which are in the little walls of these. What Dr. Krimskaya has now done is taken cells from other animals that have the TSC2 gene, the gene that's faulty in LAM, switched off completely. These cells are produced in other animals and then injected into the veins of mice. And like in the human disease, these cells, these mock LAM cells that she's created, migrate towards the lungs and start growing there. And this panel here, labelled TSC2 null. This is a mouse that these cells have been injected into, and you can see that this is different from the normal situation. There are these little nodules of cells here, fairly similar to human LAM nodules. The other thing you notice is that the lung architecture here, the air spaces are much bigger than in the normal lung. And so these are the two features of the hallmarks of LAM, really, a build-up of LAM cells in the lungs and airspace enlargement, limiting oxygen diffusion. And the model, I don't know how well you're going to see this actually, the model also has various other features. This is human LAM tissue stained for various characteristics of LAM. So the green staining here, each of these little blue dots is a cell. The green staining is staining for this protein smooth muscle actin. This is the red staining here is for activation of the mTOR pathway, and these two things are lymphatic markers. And you see they're all present in human LAM nodules, and then the panels here are the mouse model. And in the LAM mouse model, in this central panel here, all of these features are also expressed. So the model very closely mimics the features of disease. And so this is an advance in as much as, you know, if we have an idea of what might be helpful for LAM, we can test it in a cell. But of course, one single cell is going to react in a certain way. But of course, a human with LAM has lots of other normal cells around, and the different interactions just can't be modelled. But actually using a whole organism is a much more reliable way of doing this. And this model's been currently used to understand the pathology of LAM and to test new drugs to treat the disease. And by way of following on from this, I'm now going to start talking about how experiments like this are currently trying to improve treatment with the standard treatment for LAM now, which is rapamycin. So the first study leads on from the mouse model, actually, and it's the idea that adding statins into treatment of LAM with rapamycin would give better treatment alone than rapamycin alone. And you have to understand a little bit about what happens in a LAM cell to work out how this works. So what you see, this protein called mTOR here is present in all cells, and it's an important switch. And when it's turned on, the cells grow. They have all sorts of mechanisms to survive stressful circumstances, and they migrate around more. Now, mostly in normal cells, mTOR is switched off all the time. You don't want cells growing in the wrong place at the wrong time. And the thing that switches mTOR off is this combination of two proteins, TSC1 and TSC2. And these are the genes that become abnormal in LAM. So if you have LAM, this off switch doesn't work. mTOR is switched on all of the time. And these proteins become activated downstream of mTOR, cells grow, and they have all these techniques to survive in stressful circumstances. And eventually the cells grow in the wrong places and start damaging the lung tissue. When you use an mTOR inhibitor, a drug like rapamycin, you only block part of this pathway. So this little box here shows what rapamycin blocks, and it's downstream of mTOR, and it switches off cell growth. So the cells stop growing, but what you can see here is that the survival pathway is still working. And so the cells stop growing, but they don't die. And so when you stop taking rapamycin, the cells start growing again, your lung function starts declining again. So rapamycin is mostly a lifelong treatment at the present time. So what Dr. Krymskaya has done in her work using this animal model is found another drug that inhibits the other side of the pathway. And this drug's actually simvastatin, a cholesterol-lowering drug, but by virtually a side effect of that, she's shown that it also inhibits proteins called Rho GTPases that affect cell survival. And when she treats cells or the mouse model with rapamycin and simvastatin, she gets a much better effect on lung damage even after the treatment's been stopped, than when she just uses rapamycin alone. We see this is a mouse, and women with LAM are not mice, as we all know, and human trials are essential to show if this is a safe treatment. The good news about this study, of course, is that simvastatin is a very commonly used drug worldwide. There's lots of safety data. Millions of people across the world take simvastatin for raised cholesterol. And so if it's shown to be effective, then it'll be something that we can bring to the clinic really quite quickly. So Dr. Krimskaya is currently arranging the first study to see if adding simvastatin to treatment with rapamycin for women with LAM, not mice, will improve outcome. Another area where people are trying to work out how to kill off LAM cells rather than just stop them from growing is by a process called autophagy. And LAM cells do a curious thing. When you stop them growing with an mTOR inhibitor, they start eating parts of themselves to survive. It's analogous to, you know, if you had a remote house in the mountains, you had a very long winter and got snowed in, ran out of fuel, you'd probably burn the furniture to survive. And it's the same sort of thing for the cell. They have no nutrients. Now stopped growing, their mTOR that they depend on is switched off when they have rapamycin. So they have to do things to survive. And the thing they do is they start using up bits of their own structure as nutrients. So, as I said, rapamycin just stops growth, but doesn't kill the cells. And it's this autophagy that LAM cells use to survive in times of stress. mTOR controls autophagy in these cells, and by blocking mTOR, you actually sort of help autophagy to some degree. And so LAM cells are in a sort of delicate balance between autophagy and death. And Lisa Henske, who's one of the leading LAM researchers who's at Harvard now, has been understanding the process of autophagy in LAM cells and is using drugs that inhibit autophagy in combination with rapamycin to see if she can get better outcomes for patients. And there's another, again, existing drug that blocks autophagy called hydroxychloroquine. And Lisa's shown that in combination with rapamycin in models, those two drugs are much more effective at killing LAM cells than rapamycin alone. And Lisa is just setting up a study at Harvard treating women with LAM with rapamycin plus hydroxychloroquine to see if it's safe and to see if this gives any encouraging results. The third area that we've sort of dabbled with for a long time is estrogen. Estrogen's a sort of elephant in the room of LAM, really. LAM's a disease of women. It's clearly something that's important in a disease. If you give people more estrogen, such as with hormone replacement, LAM seems to get worse. But if you block estrogen on its own, it doesn't seem to improve the disease to any significant degree. And just recently, there's been quite a lot more interest in how estrogen and mTOR act together. And there have been a few papers in some very heavyweight scientific journals over the last year or two, again from the Henske lab and other collaborators, showing that blocking estrogen and mTOR, or just blocking estrogen more effectively, might be useful treatments for LAM. So, and the upshot of all these interesting approaches to see how actually killing LAM cells rather than stopping them growing is turning into clinical trials, are actually sort of either just getting off the ground now or actually happening. So there's all these trials have got funny names, which I can't remember what they really mean. But the SAIL trials testing chloroquine and rapamycin to look at inhibiting autophagy with Lisa Henske. The SOS trial is presumably simvastatin or sirolimus or something, I'm guessing, that Dr. Krimskaya is doing. That's starting soon. She's going through the approval processes. blocking estrogen in postmenopausal women with letrozole is a study that Dr. McCormack's actually finished recruiting now. I think the patients are still going through the protocol. And I haven't had time to talk about these, but there are 2 other trials of the new kinase inhibitors at different sites. So there's a lot of new interest in improving rapamycin treatment, and actually things that real patients can receive in the context of a clinical trial at the present time. These studies, I think, these are early safety proof of concept type studies, and they need bigger studies before they became a treatment. But I think if none of these things are particularly far away, as these are all existing drugs. So all of these things are happening in the States. As you no doubt remember, we do clinical trials in the UK. Here's some evidence of various people collecting their tablets and doing their lung function in our studies in the past. And I would hope that when we come to evaluate these newer treatments, that they're going to take bigger studies, and we'll be able to bring these to patients here too. So the final area I'm just going to briefly touch upon is the area of biomarkers. Biomarkers are very topical in most diseases now. And the reason they're important is because they help clinical care, they make research better, they make it faster and therefore cheaper, and they can bring advances in studies more rapidly, and they can help clinical medicine. So a biomarker is a factor that tells you about whether a disease is present or not, or maybe how severe the disease is, or perhaps what type of disease you have, or it predicts a process. So, for example, you might want to do a blood test that tells you that you have a particularly active form of the disease, and then you might treat that patient differently. So lots of diseases have biomarkers. If you have a heart attack, you go into hospital with chest pain, you have a blood test to measure a protein that comes out of damaged heart muscle cells. That's a biomarker that tells you you've had a heart attack. The main biomarker we've talked about for LAM in the past is a protein called vascular endothelial growth factor type D, or VEGF-D. A group in Japan and then the States have described that VEGF-D can be used as a diagnostic test, and we showed that if you use it in conjunction with the ARS guidelines, that most of patients with LAM can be diagnosed avoiding a lung biopsy. And so VEGF-D has been around for quite a while. The more recent development is a study by Lisa Young, who works with Frank McCormack previously in Cincinnati, and they have shown that VEGF-D might be a predictor of activity of LAM. So this is the main slide from their paper, which was published in the Lancet Respiratory Medicine last year. And so this is VEGF-D along this way. So the further you are towards the 10, the higher your VEGF-D level. And this is change in FEV1 over a year. So this is a measure of your lung function. And if you're below this line, then your lung function's getting worse over a year. If you're on the line, it's not changing. If you're above, it's getting better. And you can see that the patients with the lower levels of VEGF-D here are fairly close to the line. But as your VEGF-D gets higher, you're more likely to have a decline in lung function. I mean, there's a fair scatter around these points. But it suggests that VEGF-D might predict activity. Now, that would be really handy. The first time I saw a patient, if I could say, okay, your VEGF-D is very high, I'm more worried about you, I'm going to follow you up more quickly, or maybe I'm going to treat you with rapamycin much sooner than I would do if your VEGF-D is low. That means perhaps we could prevent lung damage happening before we'd made a decision on rapamycin. We could plan care much more effectively and perhaps prevent disability with these sorts of things. VEGF-D looks like a useful biomarker. There are other proteins that people are interested in biomarkers, and there's a lot of work going on in this area. We're interested in this protein cathepsin K, which is raised in the blood of only some women with LAM, which we think might be important. And a lot of groups, including the Americans and ourselves, are using techniques called proteomics to see what proteins are different in the blood of women with LAM, and use these as biomarkers. So we hope this approach should make diagnosis easier. If they can a marker of disease activity, then they might be suppressed by tablets used to treat LAM reasonably quickly, so we could see if a drug was effective within a short period of time if we had a biomarker. At the moment, we have to wait a year to see if your lung function's changed. If we had a biomarker that we could measure after a month or two, which these things might do, then we could make screening clinical trials much quicker and cheaper and move things forward more quickly. And as I said, we might be able to predict who to treat earlier. So I think this is a very exciting time for LAM research. Jan said in her talk that Frank McCormack said that the speed of progress in LAM rivaled actually any other disease, and I completely agree the way things are changing. And a lot of these advances I think we'll be able to offer to people, you know, within a realistic timescale. It's not just what might happen 20 years down the line. So in summary then, we've had a lot of different areas that are going to accelerate discovery. So we were in this difficult period where you had an idea, you tested it in a cell, and then you had to make this great big leap of faith to going into a clinical trial with patients and lots of money and years of treatment before it worked. This was very slow. Having this animal model we can screen out the ideas to see if they're more robust. We can also use these systems to sort of look at and screen for other things that might be abnormal. So we can, when we go to a clinical trial, we're more confident, and we hope that biomarkers can make the clinical trials quicker and smaller and cheaper, so we can get to treatments a bit faster. So I think that's where we are with LAM research at the moment. I think it's an exciting time. There's a lot going on in lots of places, and I won't take any questions now, but happy to discuss over lunch because, as usual, we're a bit behind schedule.
Those of you who come to the National Centre for LAM will recognise the next speaker. Sharon Fuller is the clinical nurse specialist, and we thought it would be interesting for her to talk about her role.
Thank you. I don't have to press anything or do anything, do I? How do I move it forward? Just on these? Oh, right, just on there. Right. Can you hear me? Yeah. Well, thanks for asking me to come and speak. Those of you who come to the clinic are obviously familiar with the door, and I thought I could tell you a little bit about what goes on behind it. And it's such a pleasure to be part of the LAM Centre team. I do 10 hours a week for LAM, and it is sort of my favourite bit of my week, really. I thought I'd just tell you, it's ironic that I've ended up being a LAM nurse, because my first day that I started at Queen's, it was a Tuesday, and on a Tuesday lunchtime, the doctors all have a little, go into the seminar room and do little presentations and things about different subjects. And the nurse who's sort of in charge of us, she said, "Oh, I'll take you in and introduce you." And I sat there with all these eminent people coming in, and I was thinking, oh my God, I don't know if I've done the right thing coming here. I'm never going to, understand all this. And the topic of the day was LAM, Dr. Will Chang giving a talk on LAM. And I just thought, oh God, I'm out of my depth. I'll never get to grips with this. And sort of felt like running off, but very glad that I didn't. So it's just really strange that, a few years later I end up here. So, right, let me try and move this forward. So just click. This slide sort of represents the clinical side of the role, so looking after the monitoring of rapamycin, making sure we've got results, liaising sometimes with the transplant centres to make sure information and results have gone up there, I have to keep looking at my little list. You know, making sure we're stocked up with things, looking at inhalers. Some people are on inhalers, so can talk to them about that, nebulizers, all this sort of thing. Health promotion, you know, leaflets and stuff like that that we put out. And that's really sort of the bulk of the sort of clinical side of things. My talk's going to be dead quick, you know. I took a picture of, on the other bit, oxygen. That's a massive topic, really, and it has been, you know, really very good for me working with such a younger and more active group of people, because in the past I've always dealt with the more elderly people, and the first time it brought it home to me, really, the sort of the difficulties of oxygen was when I was asked to get some oxygen for a young lady who'd got children, and I never thought about it, ordered these cylinders and things, and she phoned me up a couple of weeks later and she said, I'm really struggling to push my buggy and carry these oxygen cylinders. And I thought, oh my God, I cannot believe that I didn't think of that. So I've become much more familiar with ordering like liquid oxygen, the small flasks, and this has been really to the benefit of many of the other patients that we look after in the other side of my job, because I'm much more aware of, you know, the importance of getting out and about, and, you know, giving something heavy to someone who gets breathless is not the best thing. Yes, that is a big chunk of the job. And it's also been, I mean, patients have been very kind at sharing their experiences, and as a respiratory nurse it's no big deal for us to see people on oxygen, but if you're told that you're going to have to use oxygen, I know it can be have a huge impact, you know, on people, and you know, people staring and all this side of things, and it's been very good for me to be reminded of that. You know, it's not just an everyday thing that we're used to seeing, you know, and you have to live with that in your everyday lives if you're on oxygen. Back to the tissues. So the box of tissues really sort of symbolises sometimes the emotional support that we need to give people, and sometimes people come out very happy and relieved and perhaps want to, you know, shed a few tears. Sometimes it's quite distressing. I know when people first come to the centre and, you know, they don't know quite what to expect, and you can sort of pick up that vibe in the waiting room. Some people want to chat to you, other people don't. They just wait to get in to see Professor Johnson and you know, find out what's going off. But I'm always there. If, you know, if the door's shut, just tap on the door, or I usually keep it open. You welcome any time, you know, to come in. If you just need even just to sit somewhere out of the way, you know, it's fine to do that. And I also like this picture because I realised when I first started, there was a lady having a consultation, and she got a bit upset, and she was fumbling around looking for a tissue, and obviously there weren't any. So I thought, well, I need to get some. And I like to pick the girliest box of tissues that I can possibly find to put on Professor Johnson's desk. I don't think you realise that. So that gives me great delight. This slide is another part of my role, really, I think, is spreading the word about LAM. And as a respiratory nurse, I get invited to things, there's study days, and I belong to an association of respiratory nurse specialists. And this was a conference that I went to in Lisbon. I'm just showing off here. And I just, you know, I can't believe my name was on this, you know, in this list. And I just bask in their reflected glory, really. But, you know, you do get chatting to people, and often they are respiratory nurses that work in hospital, and they will be the people that see patients that have come in with a pneumothorax, and it's just to sort of prompt them that, you know, could this be LAM? Perhaps just nudge, you know, the consultants or whoever's looking after them to think, you know, have you considered that this might be something else? And, you know, to make sure they're followed up correctly. And also just talking amongst colleagues, you know, to let them know there is such a thing as LAM, because a lot of people, even respiratory nurses, don't know, you know, very much about it. So I thought, you know, that is part of my role. I have given talks to groups of respiratory nurses, and also at Queen's we do regular little updates on our respiratory ward, because it would be awful if we'd got somebody on the respiratory ward at Queen's and they didn't know anything about LAM when we're the national centre. So that's that slide. This slide, well, you probably don't realise, but although we do realise it's, you know, it's sometimes a difficult thing when you come to clinic. So we try to make it as friendly and be as approachable as possible. But Janet and I have a bit of banter and rivalry going on with our neighbours in the endoscopy bit, and so we like to have, you know, nice sort of displays and things and show off to them. So this was harvest time. I think you came, Helen, didn't you, when I think a couple of weeks later it was still there with a bit of a shriveled up carrot in it. But yeah, you know, just the magazines and stuff like that put out, really just to try and make the environment pleasant for you, you know, when you're attending. And we do have great fun with them. In fact, we found a couple of, you know, really cheap and nasty magazines in there the other day that we had to quickly remove. And that gives me licence at home to go buying these magazines that I really like, because I'm doing it for the LAM Centre. So really, that's I'm very quick, but it is a great joy to work in the LAM Centre, and it is so nice to work properly as partners with patients, because I think, you know, when you do your training, there's all this talk about working in partnership, but actually it's quite daunting to be a nurse when you're with such a very well-informed group, because obviously when you start, you know, well, you still probably know a lot more about LAM, and you know what it's like to live with LAM. So, and I've found that I've really enjoyed that side of it, and I think things like the monitoring booklet, and it's been really good to get the input from your side about that, because I'm quite pleased with that monitoring booklet and the little cards, that sort of stuff. So, yes, I'm so very glad that I never walked out on the first day. So that's it. No questions, though.
Thank you very much, Sharon. It's time for lunch. There are papers and pencils, I think, on the lunch tables. So, as always, if you want to write down questions, the last session today will be a Q&A session. There's a lot of merchandise to spend money on, and there's also cakes, plants, well, the Christmas cards, note cards. Okay, and cool. One thing, there's also a raffle being run, so please be generous buying raffle tickets. I was told, this is really not my idea, one of the raffle prizes, someone wants to turn into a silent auction instead, because apparently there is keen interest. There are 2 Pearl Jam tickets going. Their face value is £65 each. The concert is at Milton Keynes Bowl on Friday, July 11th. So the Mullins will be taking a silent auction bid for these. But otherwise, yeah, just have fun, socialize, have lunch. Maybe come back 10 after 2, because we are a little bit behind schedule, but we'll let you have lunch. Thank you. time to get started.
They're over. Oh. Oh, right. Well, we've been had a donation to the respiratory department, and it's a long life battery for a portable concentrator. I don't know if anyone's. It's the Inogen.
Inogen 1.
If anyone uses that, no. Oh, or if anyone knows of anyone that could use it, because it lasts about 8 hours. And they're over £300 to buy. So, if anyone could, it's for people on oxygen that use a little portable concentrator. Oh, does she?
Well, we'll
Have
keep it.
a thing.
Yeah,
yes,
we'll put something out on online.
It's not brand new, but it's only been used, I think, once. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Just one other sort of housekeeping item is Julie has just told me that we also still have places for the marathon. And so if any of you people are keen runners or no keen runners, you should check in with Julie or David because we'd like to get those places filled. That would be great. Now, on to our entertainment. It has become a bit of a tradition after lunch to sing. And we've now heard from Dr. Booth that singing is good for us. So I want to introduce Julie King, who is a friend of Jan Johnson, doing us a huge favor by coming in on a Saturday, and her daughter Rachel. And also accompanying them on guitar is Kevin Lee. So over to them.
Through singing. As you'll see from the first slide, it actually says that singing, it's got lots of benefits. It's not just a breathing thing, it's a feel-good thing. I've been singing since I was 7 in choirs. I can't imagine life without it. And if you just let go, it doesn't matter who's listening, whether you think you're in tune, just let go, and it has lots of benefits. It really does release those feel-good endorphins inside the body. I think the Japanese have actually, done research and said, yes, it's really good for you. So, just want you to, sort of move your shoulders around. One thing about breathing is it's posture. So, if we sort of put your shoulders back and down and just sort of relax there, because all the breathing mechanism sort of hangs from here, and if the posture's right, the breathing's a lot better. If the shoulders are hunched, then sort of this area, it's much more difficult for the body to breathe sort of easily. So just sort of that good posture by standing as straight as we can or sitting as straight as we can really benefits. And can you do me a big sigh? And again. And if you want to try and breathe, blowing out as much as you possibly can and holding it when you're there. I know that might be difficult for some of you, but try and blow out as much air as you can and then hold. Get those muscles working. And then let go. And you'll find that the body automatically takes in breath, whether you think consciously about breathing in, if you can push everything out. So if you are going to sort of inhale something, if you can really blow out all the breath just before you're going to do that, before you actually, then get the thing ready to in, the body automatically takes a breath in for you, and that can really help. And my mum had COPD, so used to do these sort of things with her. Okay, some fun exercises. And do me some animals.
Yeah, I work with 4 and 5-year-olds, so we do warm-ups to be like animal sounds. So the first one I've got for you is cats. So we make a meow, meow, and lots of different meow, meow, meow. And you could also do an owl. So it goes tweet, tweet, on any note you want. Tweet, 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 tweet. This is usually when I say to children, what other animals do you want to do?
Any ideas for other animals?
Yeah. Dinosaur.
Dinosaur. Sorry, how do you go to dinosaur? That's big roar. So, dinosaur. One more idea.
Giraffe.
Giraffe. What was a giraffe? Is it a bit of a horse? Or did it bark? A wolf would be easier.
A wolf, yeah.
Okay, so let's do some buzzies. Have you heard of bzzz? Bzzz. And your lips come into part as well. Right, I think we're ready to sing now. These are all the sorts of you won't believe behind closed doors, you know, big stars actually do stupid exercises like this just to get the voice warmed up and to cover the whole range. We're going to start with Row, Row, Row Your Boat. I'm sure you will all know it. We will sing through first and join in as and when you feel like you're able to, okay? Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. If you see a crocodile, don't forget to scream. Row, row, row your boat gently down to the shore. If you see a lion there, don't forget to roar. Okay, what we're going to do now, we're going to split you right up the middle here. Right, and we're going to start off, row, row, row your boat. And then when they've sung row, row, row your boat, you're going to start singing row, row, row your boat. You're going to lead this side? Okay, here we go. My side, we're going to be better. Okay? Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Merrily, life is but a row your boat gently down the stream. If you see a crocodile, don't forget a crocodile. Don't forget to row your boat gently to the shore. If you see a lion there, if you see a lion there, don't forget to roar. Yeah, we try 3 parts. Okay, so from here, so we have part 1 to here. Your third part. So row, row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat. Okay.
Will you stay in the middle?
Okay. Row, row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. If you see a crocodile, don't forget to scream. Row, row, row your boat gently to the shore. If you see a lion there, don't forget to roar. Don't forget to roar. Well done. So you can tell your friends now you've been singing 3-part rounds. Very impressive. Very impressive. Part of the national curriculum, you know. So go on to the next screen for me. We're going to have a go at Yellow Submarine. Okay. I'm sure you'll all know. It's a bit of the Beatles? Yes, okay. Again, we'll start singing, join in when you feel like you've picked up on the tune. In the town where I was born, lived a man who sailed the sea, and he told us of his life in the land of submarines. So we sailed up to the sun that one. As I said, I joined a choir from the age of 7, and I can't imagine not singing in a choir, because it's such a buzz to sing with other people, particularly when you're singing in different parts as well. It really is very, very exciting. If you've got a choir nearby, you know, there are lots of community choirs in different areas around the country now. Have a look on the web, see if you can find one. I'm sure you would really enjoy it. If you like, you know, singing, if you're enjoying what you're doing today, get out there, and it's really, really helpful for the breathing. Right, You Are My Sunshine. Not a lot of it around today, unfortunately, but let's see if we can have a go at this one. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are grey. You never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. The other night, dear, as I lay sleeping, I dreamt I held you in my arms. When I awoke, dear, I was mistaken. So I hung my head and cried. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are grey. You never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. I'll always love you and make you happy if you will only say the same. But if you leave me to love another, you'll regret it all one day. You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are grey. You never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away. Give yourselves a clap. Lovely. I was going to say, some lovely voices in the room, making a really lovely sound. Just a last slide there. Lots and lots of benefits of singing. You know, just listed. Just give you a moment to look through. And it can really be motivating. It can sort of get you up and doing something. Just having music on around the house and singing along to it. Particularly songs that you know. Songs that are sort of jolly. Obviously, more sad songs can be a bit more depressing, so choose the jolly ones, the ones with the good beats, okay? And that's it. Is that enough?
Just knock it out.
Yeah, thank you very much, Julie, Rachel, and Kevin. Thank you. Dr. Debbie Clements is the LAM Action Research Fellow, and you'll remember probably that she spoke to this meeting last year. We wanted to bring her back this year and also introduce you to Eru Dongre, who's our PhD student, and they're both going to tell you about some of the research they're doing now.
Hi everyone. I'd like to thank Jan and the LAM Action Committee for giving us the opportunity to talk about our research. If you can't see the slides very well, just give me a shout and I'll turn the lights down a bit, but hopefully you can. So Arrow and I are going to talk about some of the really interesting and exciting work that we're doing at the moment in Simon's lab at QMC. And if you have any questions, whoever stupid you think they are, just ask, because that's absolutely fine. Like how to use this, that would be a good question. So this is how we used to think about LAM. That's me thinking about LAM at the microscope. We know there's a cell. We don't know which kind of cell it is. And it undergoes 2 mutations, and because of that, it completely loses a protein called tuberin. And these cells that have no tuberin travel around your body. They settle in the lungs, and by some mechanism, again, that we don't really understand, they destroy the lungs. And they result in big cysts and breathing problems. So we ask ourselves some questions when we think about LAM. We want to know where these cells are coming from, what type of cells are they, and we want to know how they're destroying the lung tissue. These are the things we really need to know. And we're changing the way we think about LAM a little bit at the moment, because we're beginning to find out some new things about LAM that we weren't really aware of even a couple of years ago. And the first new thing is, there's more than one kind of cell in a LAM lesion, these cells that are in the lungs destroying it. We always thought the important cells were the ones with the mutation. But actually, it's turning out that some of the cells that are there don't have the mutation at all. And in fact, we think they're a different cell type, which is called a fibroblast. And we think this for 2 reasons. One is, if we look at LAM lesions, and if I use my pointy pen, this is a LAM nodule in a lung, this little group of brown cells. We've looked for proteins that are made by cells which are fibroblasts, and we've stained those brown. And we find those proteins are there in LAM nodules as well. So in this case, there aren't so many that stain with this protein, but those proteins are there. So this is telling us that there are cells there that are very much like fibroblasts. Also, when we get your lung tissue, sometimes if someone has a biopsy, particularly here at City Hospital, we rush along with a little pot and we get a little bit of the tissue, of the excess tissue, and we leg it back to the lab. And then we go into our tissue culture lab and we disaggregate the lung tissue. We use a mixture of enzymes which breaks it down, and we can grow the cells in a special tissue culture medium in a flask. And this is why, if you consent to giving tissue, excess tissue from biopsy, it's incredibly important to us, and we're very, very grateful for that. And when we look at these cells, when we grow them in the lab, they look like fibroblasts because we buy fibroblasts in, normal fibroblasts, and our LAM cells look just like that. So now we think, you can't see it? Okay, right, I am going to turn the lights down just for a second because it is going to be ever so dark. It is going to be dark. No, it really is. There. I don't think it gets any darker than that. But I don't know if you can see, we've stained for a protein here called smooth muscle actin, and we know that fibroblasts express it in a particular way. And our LAM cells are expressing it in the same way. So again, we have more evidence that these cells are not anything bizarre, anything strange. They're not cells with a mutation. They're actually quite normal cells that have entered the LAM nodules in the lung. So this is now how we're starting to think about LAM, and it's a little bit different than the way we used to. We think that LAM cells are in circulation. They're going around in the bloodstream, and I've coloured them red. They sneak out of little blood vessels in the lung, and they become settled in the lung. But what they do then is they start to grow, but they pull in other cells. And the fibroblasts are one of the other cell types that they pull in. They recruit them. So now what you get is this little cluster or community of cells, which has cells with a mutation and cells that don't have a mutation, the fibroblasts. And what can happen then is you can end up with communities of cells which have lots of LAM cells and not very many fibroblasts, or communities of cells which have lots of fibroblasts but not many LAM cells. So why is this important? Oh, and I should say that these are just examples of some real LAM nodules with different numbers of fibroblasts in them to show that actually this can happen in real life as well. So why is it important? Why is it so significant that we think there are other cells there? We think the fibroblasts might be helping the LAM cells to survive in the lung. they might actually be supporting their growth and supporting their proliferation. So without the fibroblasts, the LAM cells might not be quite so vigorous in the lungs. The fibroblasts themselves may be causing the lung destruction. And now we have a new target for therapy, as well as targeting cells with a TSE2 mutation, which is where rapamycin has its effect. We now have a different process that we can look at in addition, and that is a mechanism by which these LAM cells pull in the fibroblasts. It's another target for therapy. And there's just a little simple experiment here that we did. Ari's going to show you some more complex experiments that we've done, which is to model this, which is the green cells joining in to where the LAM cells are in the lung. And what we did is we grew some LAM cells and took the medium that they've been growing in, and we grew some fibroblasts over the top. Now, these fibroblasts can actually pass through here, if they want to, and end up on the underside of this membrane, but they will only do that, really, if there's something pulling them through. And what we find is, although a few will go through if you don't put anything special in the well underneath, if you put the medium from LAM cells in there, they go through much more. There's something in there that's pulling the fibroblasts through. So we think there is a mechanism for the LAM cells to pull the fibroblasts towards them. And this is something that we're going to investigate. And the other question is, do the fibroblasts help the LAM cells to survive in the lung? Are they providing a kind of supportive environment for the LAM cells? In which case, obviously, they're part of the problem with LAM. What we do is, we take the cells and we put them in a dish, but we don't give them all the things that they like. We don't give them a nice sticky surface to stick on. We don't give them all the nutrients that they like. We treat them really badly, and consequently they die. But if we mix the two cell types together, the LAM cells and the fibroblasts, can you see this? We've got a big aggregate of cells. Both cell types are in there, and it's survived. We've given it a really challenging environment, and because the two cell types are together, now they can survive. So we think the fibroblasts are having a supportive role with the LAM cells. And this is just another way, a slightly different experiment to show the same thing. It's a slightly gentler challenge. Here, we've just given the cells medium that doesn't have the nutrients they like in it, and around 1/10 of them will just die because they don't like it. But if we give them fibroblast medium, actually half of those will survive. So again, there's something in the medium that's come from the fibroblasts, something the fibroblasts do that helps the LAM cells survive. And we really need to stop them doing it. Oh, and I should say that this work and some of the work that Ari's going to present, we've just submitted for publication. So this is the model that we're working on at the moment, and it's quite different from the way people have looked at LAM. In fact, it's quite different from the way most labs are still looking at LAM. It's quite a novel and exciting new field, we think. And I'm going to hand over to Aru now, who's a year into her PhD. And what Aru's doing is she's using this model to actually build a LAM nodule in a dish. That's our aim. So there you go, Aru.
Hello and good afternoon, everyone. So my PhD project is to design an in vitro model of LAM, so in a culture dish in the lab. So basically I'll start with why there is a need for this model. The current animal models are unable to recreate the disease because they do not get LAM. We can now use human cells which are physiologically relevant, and in this way we will also be able to test several new treatments very easily on a large scale, designing this model. Because we have such a small number of patients due to the rarity of the disease, it's not very easy for clinical trials. So the basis for the design of this model, the first alternative that I tried was to grow cells in a 24-well plate tissue culture dish. So now, since we believe that both fibroblasts and LAM cells contribute to the degradation of the lung tissue, I put the two cell types, colored red and green by a dye, the LAM cell is red and the fibroblast green, into a specialized gel known as the extracellular matrix gel, into this 24-well plate. And a few days later, we observed the same type of cellular clumping as Debbie had observed right here. So I have also shown that the two cell types come together to aggregate and clump, and then this, we believe, could be protective and supportive to each other. Since we've colored the two cells red and green, this is how it looks under the microscope, our clumping of cells. Another alternative to this model design was also to put the two cell types together, again colored red and green, into a 96-well tissue culture plate. And about 3 days later, we found these little balls or spheroids of the cells all just clumped up together. And using these spheroids, we can then test different drugs onto the spheroids. This mimics a little LAM nodule in our lab, and these are our spheroids that we have produced, which can then be used for several applications. We then wondered whether the fibroblasts are attracted to the LAM cells, and so we just did a simple experiment of placing the two cell types together with a gap in between them, and then we observed again where the fibroblasts are green and the LAM cells are red, that the fibroblasts have moved towards the LAM cells. So this showed us that it's possible that the fibroblasts are the ones that are attracted by the LAM cells, and in doing so, they aggregate to clump. This mechanism it can then be used, and we can look at drugs that would disrupt this to then prevent further degradation of the lung. We know that there are certain enzymes that digest lung tissue, and this causes further progression of the disease. The main class of enzymes is matrix metalloproteinases, and MMP2 and 9 have been shown to have increased levels in LAM patients as compared to patients that do not have LAM. However, we also found from our studies that another very potent enzyme, which has a high potency to degrade lung tissue, also has shown significantly high levels in LAM patients as compared to patients without LAM. This is possibly a new target for future drugs, and if we can target these increased levels, we could probably reduce the digestion of lung tissue in some way. We then asked, where would this enzyme, cathepsin K, come from in our model? And we found that the fibroblasts contribute to significantly high levels of cathepsin K compared to our LAM cells. So this could suggest that it's the fibroblasts that aid in the destruction of the lung. And again, with the staining the fibroblasts positive with the brown staining, we found that the same cells also show a positive brown staining for this enzyme cathepsin K. And I think this would give us a novel drug target for the future. So what can we do with our model now? We could look, we can investigate the migration of the cells, as we have shown earlier, where the fibroblasts move towards the LAM cells, and try and look at disrupting this mechanism. We can also see whether the fibroblasts help the LAM cells to grow and proliferate, and also and that they support them and protect them in their growth. And then we can we can try different drug treatments to disrupt this phenomena. And we can also look at whether the combination of the two cell types is more destructive to lung tissue than one cell type alone. And lastly, I would like to thank LAM Action for their continued support and for funding my PhD. And also a big thank you to all the LAM patients that have donated their tissue, because it's a very useful resource for us. Thank you. Sorry, if you'd like to ask any questions. Yes.
cancer cells more susceptible to the immune-resistant antibiotics. And this is really the paradigm that we're working with. We think we have something similar going on. We think the LAM cells are recruiting these cells in order to protect themselves. They make a little protective environment. And if we could stop that, then actually the LAM cells would be much more susceptible to therapeutic intervention. Very many parallel studies, which is it's possible to make very big leaps forward if your research suddenly intersects with someone else's research. And actually, the cancer stroma, tumour stroma research field is enormous and has been going on for quite a long time. So we have a massive body of work that we can refer to. And there have been some really, there was a study done in pancreatic cancer quite recently where they used one of the drugs that we use in order to stop cells migrating, and found that by doing that, the pancreatic cancer cells were more susceptible to the immune system because you've removed that protective stroma. So yeah, we're using the cancer model really as the basis for our work, and that intersection, I think, makes a really big leap forward.
Your hypothesis is that it's still the LAM cells that are causing the damage in the lung, but they're being protected by...
No, you see, actually we're beginning to move away a little bit from that because of the work Anne's just described. She found one very potent protease, cathepsin K, which is actually in the fibroblasts. It's not in the lung cells. So the fibroblasts may be more than protective. They may actually be part of the problem. They may be producing their own proteases. And that's what's destroying the lung. So actually, you have a secondary effect. The first effect is the LAM cells arrive in the lung. Then they breed in the fibroblasts. And then, consequently, the fibroblasts cause the lung destruction.
Because there are fibroblasts in a lot of lung diseases that don't have cysts.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Yes. No, that's absolutely right.
Well, it could be that the fibroblasts sort of secrete the form of the enzyme, and then it can be activated by the LAM cells. It could be the symbiotic effect.
Because you're right, in IPF, for example, there's the deposit of more matrix, whereas here what we have is the matrix being removed, but it's the interaction between the two cells.
Oh, it's fascinating.
There was a new drug this week to help this man with melanoma on his lungs. Did you see that?
Oh, I did. I saw the reports in the news, but I don't know what the target. I don't know what the target of that drug is. I don't know the sign of it, but I did think. I wonder if that's.
I did. Yeah.
Because LAM cells may have the same lineage as melanoma because they express some of the same proteins, and the proteins they express might be because of where they've come from. So they may have come from the same source as the cells which give you melanoma, but actually obviously they're in a different place. So yeah, I did see that. Other than the cells may be having very, very far back in embryogenesis a common origin. I don't think there's any other link. No. But melanoma markers are something. But the diagnostic markers for LAM are actually, the antibodies we use are normally the ones that we use to find melanoma.
I just wanted to say, that's all right. I just always find it's really fascinating when you come along and talk to us about it because you just see the passion that you have about it. So thanks for
I agree. And they also make it so clear. It's passionate and clear. It's a great combination. Next up, Simon is going to lead a discussion on pregnancy and LAM. And I know that for a lot of patients, it's an ongoing dilemma as to the whole debate about pregnancy and LAM. And I really want to thank Kate Burrows, Javi Carroll, and we have a video of Sarah Maloney, who some of you might remember. She used to be in the UK, and really appreciate you guys sharing your
your stories with us.
Thanks very much, Kelly. In fact, we've had a slight change of plans. Sarah Sharples is going to be participating now. So I'm sort of slightly anxious about this talk. I'm sort of relieved that there are people who know a lot more about pregnancy than me participating in it. Also, I usually actually rehearse my talks just before I'm going to do them, which is why I'm on my computer. I've never rehearsed a talk singing Yellow Submarine before. So the format of this session, and the reason for having it really, is that pregnancy is a very big issue for women with LAM. LAM is a disease almost exclusively of women, and the most common time to find out that you have LAM is in your early 30s, and that often corresponds with the time that nowadays people are thinking of starting a family. And it's something that, as a LAM doctor, you spend a lot of time talking to patients with. And like many things in LAM, there are really no right or wrong answers for this. There are small bits of evidence, and it's an area where we have to sort of make judgments about what's the best thing to do at the time, thinking about the person's health, about their desire to have a family, and their future happiness, and perhaps even how their child's going to be brought up. And it's a pretty difficult area, and there are a lot of issues. So really this session is, I'm merely going to introduce it and just say what's known about pregnancy and LAM, and then three people who've been at the sharp end, really. Kate Burrows, Sarah Maloney, via the wonders of a DVD, and Sarah Sharples are going to talk about their experiences and decisions about whether to get pregnant or not, and using adoption as an alternative. So, I mean, the issue here really is that there have been a lot of case reports in the medical literature over the years saying that pregnancies are dangerous for women with LAM. So I'm just going to summarize a little bit of that data, really focusing on the only study that there's been that we did actually quite a while ago now. Here we're going to hear from our three patients, and perhaps have a little discussion about it towards the end. So, yeah, quite a lot of case reports have described LAM either coming to medical attention during pregnancy, so someone gets pregnant, they have complications, and LAM is diagnosed while they're pregnant, or people with LAM becoming pregnant and their disease getting worse. And we know that one of the main problems that women with LAM have when they're pregnant is pneumothorax. Now, pneumothorax is a common problem for women with LAM anyway. About 70% of women with LAM will have a pneumothorax. During pregnancy, the risk for a woman with LAM is probably 10 times as great. If you look at how many pneumothoraxes occur outside of pregnancy and during pregnancy, on a sort of the risk on any given day is about 10 times more when you're pregnant. So it's a significant issue for patients. About half of women with LAM have angiomyolipomas, these benign renal tumours, usually sitting in the kidneys, that usually don't cause any trouble at all. And there are case reports of these growing quite rapidly when people are pregnant, and sometimes bleeding, requiring urgent treatment during pregnancy. And as a consequence of all this, particularly in years gone by, many doctors would just see somebody with LAM. It wouldn't matter how bad their lung disease was or how good their lung disease was, and they'd just tell them that they weren't to have children. And that really isn't an appropriate situation in all cases. As I say, we did a study a few years ago now. The lead person was Marcia Cohen, who's a Canadian professor of epidemiology, and she also has LAM and does LAM research. And this was a survey of several hundred women with LAM. It's retrospective. There are a few problems with it, with his study design, but it's probably the best evidence that we have. And the first thing that Marcia did was she asked the women in the survey, and there are over 100 of them who had LAM but hadn't been pregnant, why they didn't have children. And what you'll see, about half of the patients in total either weren't ready to have children at that particular time or didn't want to have children at all. But a sizable number of them, actually about half or more, were either afraid to have children because they had LAM, or they've been told by their doctor usually not to get pregnant. So this is a significant problem for people. The next thing that we did was we looked at what happened to women with LAM who became pregnant. And we looked at the obstetric side, so what happened during pregnancy. And we looked at the respiratory side, what were the respiratory complications during pregnancy and after. So there are over 200 patients in this group. There's a greater number of pregnancies, because some of them have been pregnant more often. And there are three groups of women here. There are the people, and these were the majority of people, who'd already had children and then developed LAM after they'd finished their family. And that's this diagnosis after pregnancy group. Then there were people who didn't know they had LAM, became pregnant, had complications, and were found to have LAM during their pregnancies. And then there was this other group of people who had LAM, decided they wanted to have children and became pregnant knowing they had LAM. And the sort of highlight points from this, I think, is that the women who either were found to have LAM when they were pregnant, or who had a baby after the diagnosis was made, had a much higher incidence of premature birth. I mean, often, particularly in the diagnosed during pregnancy, that was emergency cesarean sections when people had pneumothorax or other problems, and there were high rates of that. Often these pregnancy experiences ended in some form of elective intervention for the baby to be delivered early. Although it's not on this slide, the good news about this was the outcome for the baby was always good. None of the babies died as a consequence of these complications. So pregnancies for the women with LAM often ended rather abruptly and with medical intervention, but the overall outcome for mother and child from the obstetric point of view was usually good. In terms of the respiratory outcome, there was a much higher incidence of pneumothorax in the patients who had became pregnant after the diagnosis was made, although a significant minority of people who didn't know they had LAM, had children, and it was diagnosed much later, actually had pneumothorax during their pregnancy, so they obviously really did have LAM when they were pregnant the first time. It was just a long time before. So a high incidence then of medical intervention during pregnancy, good outcome for the babies, high incidence of pneumothorax mostly. The next question, which is slightly more difficult to quantify, and there's often been reports about in the medical literature in the past, is whether having a pregnancy, and with all the female hormones that are around at that time, somehow activates the disease or accelerates it, so the outcome for the lung function is worse afterwards. So what this slide shows are diagnosis before or during pregnancy, so those two groups sort of lumped together. Diagnosis after pregnancy, so the people who had their families first, then got diagnosed with LAM, and LAM patients who'd never been pregnant. So what you see is that the people who in this survey apparently had children when they had active LAM, so whether they either presented with it or had it after diagnosis, appear to have slightly lower lung function. So their FEV1% predicted was a little lower than this group and the patients who'd never had children. And their gas transfer was similarly lower. Now, that's a slightly worrying statistic at first glance, I guess. But what complicates all this, of course, and is discussed in the paper but doesn't come out in this table, is that a lot of these people who presented early would have been younger patients and may have had more aggressive disease anyway. And you can't really say whether it's due to the pregnancy or whether it's due to the fact that they just had difficult LAM, and so it was presenting earlier before they'd had children. So I think the jury's still out about whether it affects lung function, but that's possibly the case. So what I'm going to do now is let Kate Burrows speak, who's very kindly agreed to share her pregnancy experiences with us. And I think Kate's pregnancy highlights a lot of the issues that we sort of think about when we're thinking about women with LAM becoming pregnant. So I'll hand over to Kate.
Thank you. Afternoon, everybody. So those of you that have known me a while know that I've been off the radar screen for a couple of years. I've missed 2 LAM Action days like today because I've had a little boy who's now 2.5. And I went into that pregnancy knowing I had LAM. So hopefully I've got some useful things to share. Before I start, a bit of background on my LAM. I was diagnosed in 2010, and the only symptom I really had was I had a stubborn right side pneumothorax. So I had a surgical pleurodesis, which I hope would fix it and keep it up, and it did until about halfway through my pregnancy. But I have 80% lung function before and after birth. I go running. I did before I had Harry and stuff, so I don't have a very bad disease at the moment, touch wood. So our decision to have a child, Simon asked me to talk about that first. We couldn't really decide whether to have children or not mainly because of LAM, just because we didn't know if we really wanted to have kids, because we have quite a nice life, and so we were really in 2 minds about the whole thing before LAM came into the equation. But obviously LAM did come into it, and that was where it was great to talk to Simon and Professor Wells at the Brompton, because I was really worried, would it exacerbate my LAM and make it permanently worse, so would it reduce my lung function? But I think the advice, in summary, the advice from both Simon and Professor Wells were, if you want to have children, go for it. Which didn't really help us with our issue of, do we really want to have children? So we put our engineering and scientific backgrounds to one side and basically just left it to fate. And about a month later, I was pregnant, but I didn't know it yet. So that was that, decision made. So my LAM pregnancy journey, I guess, starts here in Nottingham. I'd come up to take part in the doxycycline trial back in, it was April 2011. It was just before Easter weekend. And I knew that you had to have a CT scan in order to go on the trial, and you couldn't be pregnant to go on the trial. So because I arrived a bit early, I went out and bought a pregnancy test, did all the bleep tests in the morning first, did a pregnancy test, knew it would be negative, looked at it, and it said pregnant 5 weeks plus. And I, honestly, I'd had like half a bottle of wine the night before. I was like, oh my God. So I was completely in shock. And do you remember Will Chang, who was around at the time? He was running my pre-trial tests. And I just gave him the stick and said, what does it say? And he said, oh, it says you won't be doing the doxycycline trial. And I was like, oh my God. So luckily, I had an appointment with Simon later that afternoon while I was up in Nottingham. So we were able to have a really focused discussion about, oh my God, do I go ahead? Oh my God, it's actually happened, and all of that kind of stuff, which was really useful. And I guess the overall message I got from Simon was, it's unlikely to exacerbate your LAM on a permanent basis, but you may have problems while you're pregnant. And how right he was. There we go. So the shocks didn't stop there. At my 12-week scan in June, I remember the words of the sonographer, which were, there's baby, and there's baby 2. And I went, oh my God, there are no twins in mine or Alex's family. There's absolutely no connection having twins. So suddenly I was there with twins and picked up the phone to Simon again, which was now becoming a hotline, going, oh my God, now twins, does this make this worse? Double the hormones? But really the advice was, there's no reason to believe that it's going to cause extra problems, so we just carry on. So I'm now 12 weeks pregnant, and I've had no problems from a lung LAM perspective. And in fact, the first 4 months of my pregnancy, I had no problems at all from a lung perspective. And then the pneumothorax arrived. So it was July 2011. I had a bad cold followed by quite a hacking cough, which I was quite worried about. And we went on holiday to Devon, and I was trying not to cough. But during the holiday, I started to feel a bit unwell, and my pneumothorax is always quite subtle, but I kind of had an inkling, and I called Simon on the hotline and said, what do I do? And I think we both agreed that I probably should go for an X-ray, which, as an expectant mother, gives me my first question, which is, X-rays and babies, you know, you're not supposed to have X-rays if you're pregnant, blah. And that's where I met the first of my lead aprons, which basically protect the baby from the X-rays and stuff. So I went for an X-ray, and the guy, the A&E doctor came back and said, there's nothing there. And he actually said, you women worry too much. So I went away kind of going, I don't quite feel right. And a week later, I went to my local hospital back in Chichester. They confirmed there was a pneumothorax, this time at the bottom of my lung. So pre-pleurodesis, it had always been the top of my lung that had gone down. This time it was the bottom. And in fact, they looked at the Western-super-Mare X-ray and said there had been a very small pneumothorax when I was in Devon, so I had been right. There you go. Back to the deep joy of a lung drain being put in, and lung drains are my nemesis. For me, they normally involve copious amounts of morphine, which gives me my second question as an expectant mother. Like, I obviously can't take pain-killing drugs while I'm pregnant, can I? And what was really interesting through the pregnancy was that both my thoracic doctors and my obstetricians both said actually morphine and opiates aren't a problem at all for children. The worst thing that could happen is the child could come out slightly dependent, and then we would just get them off the drug, basically. But actually they aren't known to cause any difficulty or any damage to children. So kind of feeling, it still feels counterintuitive now, but I had a morphine drip for my chest drain, and off we went. So the next problem we had was that the lung wouldn't stay up. So every time we pulled the drain out, the lung collapsed again. And so we then, my normal surgeon was on holiday and had another fab surgeon at the Brompton, and we decided to do a pleurodesis. So third question as an expectant mother, because I need to be put to sleep for this. So general anaesthetics and babies, well, my God, what happens? But the advice was really the risks are the same as for any other general anaesthetic, and the babies would just go to sleep with you. So I was literally scrubbed, bathed, and ready for surgery when my normal surgeon returned from holiday, swept in and said, this is a precious pregnancy, we're going to manage it conservatively. And I thought, well, what does that mean? So we didn't do the pleurodesis, no general anaesthetic, but I was still there in the middle of pregnancy with a collapsed lung and 2 babies requiring oxygen from me. So what do we do? I guess we knew that LAM was having an effect and causing the pneumothorax, but we just didn't know. I don't still to this day really know why. After a week with the lung drain bucket at my side, walking around the Brompton, I started to think I was going to kind of move in for the rest of my pregnancy, when my surgeon appeared with a little device called a pneumostat. Has anybody seen a pneumostat? Hands up if you have. God, no, okay. I hadn't either. It's a strange little thing, but basically what it does, it allows you to keep a chest drain in and go home without the bucket. Now, I was kind of rather attached my bucket at this point, but I've even got photos of me with a bucket. But basically, it's a one-way valve, so that's where the chest drain comes out, you know, on your side or wherever, and it basically attaches to the end of the chest drain and allows air to come out but not go back in, so it basically keeps air coming out from the lung. And you test it by just popping some saline into a little air leak well, and if bubbles come up, you know there's air coming out and it's working. And it was attached to me by 1 stitch and a boatload of surgical tape. I wish I'd bought shares. Effectively, I was able to go home from hospital the next day as a free woman, or so I thought. And obviously, it did have some advantages, having a pneumostat, because it meant I was able to go home and be pregnant at home rather than in the Royal Brompton. But there was quite a lot of practical disadvantages, and I think overall, when I look back to my pregnancy, it was all practical disadvantages. So, number one, I couldn't bath, I had to have a shower. Well, when you're pregnant with twins, you really just want to sit in a hot bath. I couldn't sleep on my right side, obviously, because I had a tube in my lung. And actually, from a pregnancy point of view, you're also advised not to sleep on your right. So that was kind of cool. So I needed about 7 pillows to feel comfortable in my chest, and had to sleep on my back or on my left side. And my then partner had to become my live-in nurse, because it needed loads of maintenance to keep it going and working. So often it would pull down on my skin, he'd need to strap it up. It would fill with fluid, so he'd have to sort of syringe the fluid off, which felt really weird in my lung. Sometimes the pneumostat would get a bit full of gunk, so we'd have to clamp off and replace the pneumostat. I think he quite enjoyed all the surgical gloves and things. And our spare room literally started to look like a hospital store cupboard. It was full of all sorts of stuff. But the biggest hassle of all is that the drain would block with gunk, and that's obviously a medical term. The medication that could stop me producing this gunk in my tube, in my lung, I couldn't take because I was pregnant. So about, I reckon, every 4 weeks on average for the final 5 months of my pregnancy, I'd kind of feel my breathing wasn't brilliant. We'd put the saline in the little air leak well, no bubbles. So we'd first tried to flush it with saline, which was another technical procedure for my now husband. And sometimes that cleared it, sometimes it didn't. But within 2 days, we were normally back at the Brompton having the whole chest drain removed and put in again under local anaesthetic. Deep joy, more morphine. So it went on like this, lots of trips to London from Chichester. The only good news about the repeat lung drains is they got a lot less painful. So by the time the end of the pregnancy came, I needed a replacement drain. I had it done in 10 seconds with no anaesthetic because I had a channel of scar tissue, so the tube just went in and out. So that was quite nice, if you can call it that. Anyway, so it was a pregnancy of real ups and downs. At the 20-week scan, we had the great news we've been hoping for, which we had a boy and a girl. And we were like, oh my God, that's brilliant. We've got like a ready-made family in one go. If we're only going to do this once, that's brilliant. And then I stopped feeling movement on one side and had my suspicions that 24-week scan, we were told that the little girl's heart had stopped beating. So it was really sad. And I think it's really important to stress here that, as far as we know, LAM had nothing to do with the miscarriage of our first twin. It's just one of those things that is unfortunately quite common in twin pregnancies and just really sad. But that was a really difficult thing to get over. And I kind of went from enjoying my pregnancy and swanning around as the mother of twins to just going, I want the little boy out safe. I just want to get to the end of this pregnancy now. But on the good news side of things, me and Alex got married. It was a bit of a shotgun wedding, and down in St Mawes in Cornwall in September. So yeah, it was quite a hectic few months. So in terms of the obstetric side of things, it was at this point my surgeon, my obstetrician in Chichester looked at me with my lung drain on the side and kind of looked like she didn't really want to sort of have anything to do with me. So we agreed with her that I would go and be seen by the Chelsea and Westminster Hospital because they have lots of experience of dealing with people with women, pregnant women with medical issues. So I felt more comfortable, and also it was 5 minutes around the corner from the Brompton should anything go wrong. So we didn't know what was going to happen in delivery. So that involved even more trips to London, up and down from Chichester. At a time when it was becoming winter, I was sitting on trains with people coughing all around me, and I was just going, please, I don't need to get any germs at all, and luckily I didn't, so that was great. I pushed for having a caesarean. Interestingly, the advice from both my obstetrician in Chichester and in London was, you could have a normal birth. We would just give you a massive epidural, and then you wouldn't have to really puff and pant and push, and the baby would just be delivered by forceps. And I kind of thought, I don't really want that. I want a caesarean. And I thought, if there's any advantages of having LAM and having this tube in, it's that I can get a caesarean if I want one. So that's kind of the line that I played. Harry was due on the 23rd of December. So what we decided to do was have the elected caesarean on the 8th of December, so that there was no chance I'd go into premature labour. And I even went into the hospital a week before that, just so that there was no chance that I'd go into labour in Chichester and be nowhere near the Chelsea and Westminster. So the final issue we had to overcome was that Harry decided to be breech with his head stuck up into my lungs somewhere. So by the time about the 5th of December came, I was lying in bed, sort of panting a bit, and the doctor just looked at me and said, do you want to have him sooner? And I was like, yeah, please, can we just get on with it? So we had Harry on the 6th of December, and it all went really smoothly. If I did it again now, I would just have it done at my local hospital, to be honest. But this is me looking glamorous, clutching a pillow, about to have my epidural. Weirdest thing in the world ever is walking and sitting on your own operating table. And then that's just after having had Harry. That's just after he was delivered as well. So yeah, all went really smoothly. And they monitored him for morphine withdrawal afterwards, but there were no issues at all. And I went home 4 days later with my husband, Harry, my lung drain, of course, my pneumostat. And I walked up the stairs carrying bags after my caesarean, no problems at all whatsoever. So that all went really smoothly. So we still had the issue of the pneumothorax, and me and my surgeon, my thoracic surgeon, had basically planned that a month after the birth, once I got used to breastfeeding and stuff, I would go in and had my pleurodesis. Well, what actually happened, in fact, was something different to that, because about a week after I'd had Harry, I was at home, and we tested the drain, and there was no bubbles coming out. And I was like, oh, God, we've got to go to London. We've got a 1-week-old baby. So we all pile in the car, me, Mum, Harry, go to the Brompton, have an X-ray, no lead apron this time, and surgeon comes back and says, lungs up. And it took me a while to compute what that meant. And so there's no bubbles, there's no air coming out, and the lungs are, oh. And he said, well, we were hoping the lung would fix itself at some point. And that was it. He said, come back in a week, we'll do another X-ray. If it's still up, we'll take the drain out. And so that's exactly what happened. So a week later, having lived with a chest drain for 5 months, my surgeon whipped it out and put it in the bin next to me, and I kind of felt like a part of me's been ripped off. But that was it. That was the end of the whole thing, and my lungs stayed up ever since. I've had absolutely no problems whatsoever. So that's my pregnancy story. This is Harry and me last week. He's 2.5. Was it worth it? Totally yes. Am I going to have any more? No. But again, not really a LAM thing for me and Alex. Just we don't really want more than one child, and we're quite happy. If I did want loads of kids, would I do it again? Yeah. With the caveat that getting up to the Brompton that many times with a toddler to think about would just be that bit harder. But it's all practical problems, really. So there we go. Final shot. So I'm happy to answer any questions at all afterwards. Okay.
That was marvellous, Kate. Thank you very much. Yes, that's a remarkably positive story, really. But I think it highlights a lot of the things that we sort of think about when we're talking about these issues to women with LAM. So the next person is Sarah Maloney. Many of you probably remember Sarah. She's been to this meeting. She used to live in England. She's Italian. She's back at home in Italy now. And I asked Sarah to talk. If you're watching on the internet, Sarah, hello. Thank you very much. She sent an electronic file, so we're going to hear about Sarah's pregnancy, and you'll hear that there are different issues from Kate's and some similarities.
My name is Sarah Meloni. I'm from Italy, and I'm 37 years old. I was diagnosed with LAM in 2007 when I was living in the UK after pneumothorax and subsequent CT scan. However, I probably already had the disease for some years because in 2000 I was actually operated for an angioedema lymphoma at my right kidney. Between 2007 and 2011, I was quite stable with the disease in terms of lung function, but I had a lot of pneumothorax, especially to the right lung, and I decided together with the surgeon to have pleurodesis almost every time I had a pneumothorax in order to limit the potential impact of future pneumothoraxes, and as well as to give me some comfort, especially as I was flying a lot for work and for personal reasons. So from 2007 to 2011, I was, as I said, sort of stable with lung capacity, around 85% FEV1 predicted. And it was about 2011 when I approached the subject of a potential pregnancy. And I discussed this with Sarah Johnson, and took her email with John Moss, and obviously spoke about it also with the Italian doctor that followed LAM patients here in Italy. And then I guess there were, as you probably can imagine, 3 options. There was the natural pregnancy, there was surrogacy, and then there was the consideration about adoption. And the reason why I went for the natural pregnancies is probably because, to be honest, it sounded to be like the easiest route, the most natural, but also the easiest. And more specifically, I think, in terms of adoption, to be honest, I didn't think that me and my partner were mature enough to go through what you have to go through to be accepted onto the program, and also to deal with the potential situation. Plus, my boyfriend and myself at the time, we were living in 2 different countries. So I pregnancy, I read about it. I even contacted a few agencies in the US, because that was the only country personally that I sort of, after reading about it, trusted. But the reason why I wasn't so sure in progressing with this was because actually it is considered to be illegal. So I could have done it out of the UK, traveled to the US, but then again with passport and things like this, I was a little bit fearful of getting myself into a difficult situation because it's against the law in Italy. And then, yeah, I mean, my lung function was stable, and discussed with the doctor. They didn't advise it, but they didn't say that I really could not try. You know, it was up to me to decide. And then I have to say I was lucky because within a few months, in April 2011, I got pregnant. Pregnancy was absolutely fine. I was very lucky that I had no pneumothorax. It was a very regular pregnancy. Everything happened in the UK, and I felt very well supported by the hospital and treated. Yes, I was like in a special group, so I had probably more checkups, more control than the usual. But I worked all the way until the 9 months, and I even had lung function tests done when I was 8 and 9 months pregnant, because they basically wanted to check, 7 and 8 months pregnant, because they wanted to check if the lung function had declined, and it had. But it was judged to be normal, the decline, due to the fact that obviously the fetus was growing and it was pressing onto the diaphragm, and therefore it was, allowed not to breathe as well as before. Delivery, again, it was super normal. It was a natural birth. I had some painkillers given, but I was able to do the normal thing, and again, no complication, no pneumothorax, no particular problems in breathing, and my daughter was born like every other child, to say. And then, without really thinking about it too much, then I started to breastfeed, and I breastfed her for the first 9 months because I thought it was a natural thing. It came easy to me, it worked, and so on. So this is like, what happened after her birth. Then what happened over the last 2 years, and my daughter now is just a little bit over 2 years, I have to say my lung function has actually declined. And in fact, it is now around 60% FEV1 predicted. So it has declined from, it was like 85 before baby's birth to around 60% now. And now it's been a year that I am on rapamycin. So I would say, what are my 3 considerations on the matter? First of all, it's obviously a super personal decision, both as to whether to have children or not, which way to have them. And I guess doctors are knowledgeable enough to say whether it should not be considered natural birth, or whether, again, it's up to the individual to decide. And I'm happy with the decision I taken, and I think it was the right for me. But there can be serious consequences, as they happened to me. Second, I guess my mistake was that for the first full year of baby's life, I never done any test. I never went back to the hospital, I never checked my lungs. I was so concentrated on the new job, on the new experiences of being a mom, that I completely forgot about myself. And then I think that was a mistake. Nothing probably would have changed, but again, I was breastfeeding, hoping that was a good idea. I didn't check my lung function, and therefore when I checked it, when she was over a year, it had gone to 60. And then the third consideration is that obviously now I have 1 child, because it's not possible now, to be honest, now the answer that what doctors are telling is that it's not advisable to try a second pregnancy. So then again, the same reason that I had before for not going down the route of adoption or surrogacy, to be fair, is still hold. So that's the other thing to consider, right? It has gone the way it's gone, and now I cannot have further children. However, then, if one were to ask me, would you do it again, knowing everything that happened? Of course, the answer is yes. And so this is my story. If anyone wants to contact me for any questions, Jane, Kelly, everybody have my email address, and I'm obviously more than happy to speak to anyone of you on the phone for any questions. Bye.
The next person's Sarah Sharples. For lots of different reasons, pregnancy may not be right for everybody, whether they have LAM or not. And of course, for people wishing to have a family, adoption is an important thing to consider. So Sarah is very kindly going to share her experience of adoption with us. Sarah.
Hello? Is that... yeah. You have to bear with me because until about 2 hours ago I didn't know I was doing this, so I'm not very organised. So I'll give you a bit of background because people have said how they made their decision. As well as LAM, I was born with my bladder on the outside of my body, a couple of things with my kidneys, and I have 2 wounds. So for me to consider a baby to start off with was slightly complicated. And the doctors had just always said, give it a shot, see what happens. Me and my husband gave it a shot for a couple of years. He did a bit of fertility treatment, and we had an appointment. We were going to start IVF. Just as we were about to make that decision, I got sick with my kidney. A couple of months later, my kidney had been taken out, and I was en route to Nottingham to be diagnosed with LAM. So that was just, it was almost like the final straw of saying, there's enough going on in your body. Just kind of leave it be, which for us was fine, because from the age of 16, 17, the doctors had always told me that I might not carry a baby full term if I did get pregnant. That there was talk of various things, and so we just thought, we've been through enough now, we'll have a family a different way, and that was absolutely fine. So I was officially diagnosed with LAM in May 2011, and we rang our local council to apply to adopt in June 2011. They start off with, you have a meeting with the social workers, they just have a bit of a chat and see who you are and see if they can work with you. And if they can, you get invited onto an adoption course, which is 3 days, and it's really intense, and it's really, really useful, because children don't come into adoption like they did in the 50s, 60s and 70s. You don't get young mums giving up the babies just because they can't look after them. Children come into adoption for various reasons, and the majority aren't good reasons for the children. So you've got to be aware that when you're adopting a child, they don't get the start in life that a child gets if you give birth to them and you love them from the start and they're fed and looked after. So the preparation course is invaluable at explaining how to parent a child that's been adopted, because you might pick up parenting at 12 months, 2 years, 3 years, and you've got to form an attachment that people are used to forming with a baby, and that baby might never have been shown attachment. So the course goes through various things like that, and just to make sure you're prepared. Following that, there's a home assessment period where the social workers come to see you every week or so, and they look at everything in your life, your childhood, what your experiences are, what you want to pass on to a child, what your family makeup is, what your support network is, who's going to be involved in this child's life. And it is intense, and I know some people get put off, but it's one of the, it should be intense. Someone's going to give you a child, and you're going to bring up that child until they're an adult. So yes, they've got to look into you. They've got to make sure that you're capable of doing it. When you've done all that, and the social workers have a book on you that's, I swear, about this thick, you go to an approval panel, and sort of 15, 16 people sit and decide your fate of whether you're worthy and capable of raising a child. And one of the members of the panel is a medical advisor. So as part of the report on me, I had a medical at the doctor's, Simon wrote a letter, and another lady on LAM line sent me a note to basically say there is a precedent to adopt when you've got LAM. You can tell them other people have done it. And I was petrified when we went to approval panel that they would quiz me on LAM and that they would be really bothered. And they weren't, because they said they had this letter that said, I'm currently fit and healthy. We don't know when I might not be or if I might not be, and therefore I'm absolutely fine. And we got approved with unanimously. And then it's just a case of going home and sitting and waiting for the phone call that tells you that the right baby is out there for you. That took 3 months later, and got a phone call one morning, and they said there's a 12-month-old little redhead baby that wants a home, and we think that you're perfect for her. So we obviously instantly said yes. We read an entire report on her birth parents, her childhood, what had been on. And then 2 months later, we went to meet her. And, you know, it was a very bizarre situation, turning up to meet your child who's living with somebody else. But it was, you know, it was absolutely brilliant. She'd been with a foster carer since she was 2 days old, so they were incredibly attached to her. But you spend a week pretty much living with each other, handing over the baby so that she gets to know you and you get to know her and you know exactly what's going to go on. At the end of that week, you go and you pick up your baby and you bring them home. And I have to say, in some ways, that was the hardest thing I did, because I felt I was ripping her away from her foster parents who loved her. And my husband kept telling me off that day because I cried all the way home because they were so devastated to lose her. And I felt really bad on her after that because I was just so upset for them that they lost her and we got her. But we do see them every few weeks still. We've kept them in our lives, so it has worked out quite well. The main thing with adoption is after that, the first thing you want to do is you want your family round. You want everyone to come and see you and you want to introduce this new baby. And you can't really do that because it's not fair on the baby. They've got to learn that you are mum and dad, that you are now their primary carer. You've got to give them time to get to know you, to form these attachments. You've got to kind of keep quite a low-key life for a while. You've got to make sure you do all the nappies or the feeding because you've got to reinforce that you're your parent, which is a bit hard because if you've got grandparents that have been waiting for sort of 3 or 4 years, they're desperate to come and give a bottle and change a nappy. But that short period of time sets you up for an easy life, a good life. If you don't do that, you might not know for a few years that your attachments haven't quite formed, and it's a lot harder then to drop back a few steps. And yes, you do still see the social workers. They pop round every week just to say hello and make sure you're all right. But it's only for about 12 weeks, and then they just come once a month until the legal process is done. So it took us 7 months from our little girl coming home until she officially got a new birth certificate when her surname was the same name as us. And then that was it. We instantly got her christened, we got her a passport, and that's it. We went on holiday. So as a bit of an idea, we first ever rang the social workers, pretty much making that consideration to adopt in May 2011. And our little girl came home in October 2012, which is 17 months from start to finish of getting a child. There's people with pregnancies that have a longer process than that. So it's not the arduous years and years and years that people think it's going to be. It was relatively straightforward. I just skipped through what I quickly scribbled. I think that was pretty much the summary of what I want to say. It's not arduous. No, it is. People are questioning. You think when you have a baby, people just make the decision, they have a baby, and the next thing, that's it. No one questions them or asks them how they're going to parent. A lot of my friends who just had babies very easily said it's a downside for them because all of a sudden they've got this baby and they've not had a discussion. How are we going to raise and what are our decisions going to be on this? What are our views on this? Whereas me and Matt had to not only discuss it with each other, but discuss it with a social worker for 4 months. So by the time Caitlin came along, we kind of knew what sort of parents we wanted to be. We knew what we were aiming for. We knew what we both valued. And it was really, really good to have those conversations. So for us, having our little girl was the best thing, that we ever did. She's absolutely brilliant. She's absolutely crazy. We don't know if we'll go again. We might just stick with one because, life's really good now. Prior to that, like we said, it wasn't necessarily the greatest few years in the build-up, and now we can have fun, we can relax, we can go on holiday and, show our little girl the world. And we'd recommend it to anybody as a route. It's not the arduous route you think it's going to be. And the upside, you don't get stretch marks. You don't have to. As I said, I put on about half a stone in the bridging week when we were meeting her because we had a lot of takeaways. A lot easier to lose that weight than it is from being pregnant. So there's a lot of plus points as well.
so much for that, Sarah. And yes, Sarah spoke at very short notice, and that was remarkable, actually. Thanks very much. We're getting a bit short of time now. The plan really is just to have a bit of a discussion with Sarah and Kate about pregnancy issues and take some questions from the audience. We also have scheduled for the afternoon a general sort of LAM discussion session, and the time is sort of getting on a bit. So I thought we could perhaps merge those things together, just to sort of tie up the pregnancy side of things. I think, in summary, I guess what it's worth, my view about the approach to this from the medical side, and what I tell people, is that some women with LAM do have uncomplicated pregnancies, and we've seen that quite a number of times, and often maintain their lung function afterwards. Pregnancy is associated with a high risk of pneumothorax, an increased risk of chylus, pleural effusions, probably increased angiomyopathy, bleeding. The effect on lung function in the future may not is open. I'm not really sure what the answer to that is, but it's possible that some people could be adversely affected by a pregnancy. Pregnancy is not probably your dream pregnancy that you would plan in lots of places, but I think we've heard today that everybody usually ends up with a baby, and they do the same thing again afterwards. So I think it is an individual decision. Clearly, there are some people whose lung function is very impaired, and you think, well, if they had a pneumothorax or it got a little worse, or even just being pregnant, that would be quite an issue for their health. And so I think the people for whom pregnancy is safe are probably those with good lung function, for those with no angiomyolipomas or small, or maybe they've been treated and embolized, so the risk of them bleeding is slight. And people who aren't particularly prone to pneumothorax, or people who've had pleural surgery to fix pneumothorax. I usually feel safer about saying, it'd probably be okay to go for it, providing you understand the risks in those situations. So perhaps if Sarah and Kate could come down to the front, perhaps have a little bit of a sort of question and answer. Question and answer? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you just see an observation from one person, you don't know whether other things could have happened, and that may have always been going to happen, and you can't tell. The difficulty with this whole question is that you can never do a proper study to do this. You can't take women LAM, randomize them to have a baby or not. I mean, that wouldn't go down well at all. And, we'll never sort of know those things, so all you can sort of do is look retrospectively. So it's possible, but we don't know. So, I mean, I guess these are difficult issues for everybody, and everybody has their own personal decision for making these. And I guess, I don't know, you just perhaps get to a time in your life where you think, well, actually, do you park a decision for a while, and then at some point you just think, oh, we've got to sort this out now. Is that how it works? I don't know. Is it?
We just couldn't decide, so we just went, let's just outsource the decision to fate. That was it.
Well, it's sort of deciding, I guess, isn't it? Yeah.
For us, we found, because I've been looking at the IVF and various things already, that by the time we met Simon, he said, yes, if you got pregnant, you'd probably be okay. The IVF's a different thing perhaps to consider. It just made it easy. We'd always talked about adoption. That was just a final thing that said, let's just get on with it. Let's just do it. I'd just turned 30. We felt that we still had a good few years. If we had to wait 5 years for a perfect baby, but at least we'd be approved and ready to go. So we just thought, we'll just crack on and do it. It just made it easier, to be honest, being diagnosed with LAM, to make that decision and just do it that way.
I hope that Kate and Sarah, that anybody that's been watching today will, and a feeling, should I or shouldn't I? You seem like two very go-getters, that probably somebody a bit more timid with this function will perhaps gain something from listening to what you've shared with us today. And I thank you for that, and I'm very moved.
I'll certainly second that. Okay, so if there are no further discussions about pregnancy, so we do have the medical question and answer session to do. So, do you want to?
Oh, thank you. The first question I've got is I read an American study that in an American study that progesterone doesn't help much or can actually make LAM worse. What are your thoughts on this? I'll answer that and then you can answer the second one. Because LAM occurs in women, the original thought was that estrogen was contributing to it, and therefore that progesterone may actually be beneficial. And for a long time in the sort of 90s, I guess the 1990s, progesterone was given to patients, but there was never a study. And in fact, I've told this story often before, but when I did raise this issue at a meeting, people said it would be unethical to do a study of progesterone because it was clearly helpful. And then there was some data, including some that we did, which showed that the people on progesterone had lower lung function. Now, that could have been that if you had lower lung function, you were put on progesterone, but that and one or two other studies raised questions about progesterone. And so the question of whether we should have a study of progesterone arose again, and people said, well, it would be unethical because progesterone clearly didn't work. And so we're left now not knowing whether progesterone does help or not. But I think bringing all the evidence together, there isn't a lot of evidence that it does work. And I think it's not used now, basically, is it at all? No, so...
There are people that still do.
Yes. But we'll never know, is the answer to that. And then the second is about genetics.
Okay. The question's, is there a difference between genetic mutation and genetic abnormality? Is a genetic mutation passed on to your children and a genetic abnormality not passed on? So I think the terms mutation and abnormality are used loosely, perhaps by people like me, and to use basically equivalent terms in most contexts. Whether a genetic mutation is passed on to the next generation or not depends whether it's present in the germ cells. So in the cells that make sperms and eggs that go together to make the fetus, if the mutation is there, it'll be present in the fetus. In LAM, a mutation occurs in LAM cells, but it's not in the germ cells. So although there's a genetic mutation present, or a genetic abnormality, an abnormality that's arisen by a mutation, it's not passed on in the sporadic form of the disease. The rider to that is if you have LAM due to the presence of tuberous sclerosis, then you have a 50% chance of passing on tuberous sclerosis to each child that you have. However, you not necessarily pass on LAM. Mutation and abnormality are probably fairly interchangeable terms, and they're passed on if they're in the germ cells. But for patients with sporadic LAM, then they're not passed on at all.
Are there any studies around menstruation and breathlessness? Query worsening symptoms. I presume that's in LAM. I'm not aware. Well, can we ask you? Okay. Right. And do you know what the outcome was? Right. Okay.
I think there is. I mean, there are so many stories that people's breathing gets worse around menstruation.
I've not seen that published. Have the results come out? Did they just feed that to you?
It is finished and they've got the results, and they told me very clearly the results.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some conditions where menstruation can make breathing worse, but it doesn't seem to be a major issue. Is that fair?
I think the last time it was raised on LAM line, it was another of these subjects that there was quite a lot of anecdotal evidence.
Right.
Anecdotes that people said, I think that my breathing gets worse around that time.
Yeah.
So not scientific, but quite a few people feeling that.
Some people distinctly seem to say it, and other people, when you ask them, they say, well, I've noticed really. Whether, you know, I'm not quite sure what the underlying is, but I've heard it quite a lot from people.
Any advice re diet? Should we eat low-fat diet?
Please say that.
It's cake after this.
Well, a low-fat diet is helpful if you've got chylous pleural effusion, but I'm not sure otherwise there's any evidence, is there, that re-fat. Can abdominal bloating, enlarged abdomen, be LAM-related? Query lymph problems. The answer is yes. Now, someone was asked, I don't know whether it's the same person, but about their tummy getting larger through the day. And I know there was a study of 24 hours and looking, if you have lymphatic lymph collections in the abdomen, that they do vary on a CT scan. If you do one CT scan in the morning and another in the evening, then they're different. And is it greater in the evening? Yes. Yes.
When you've been standing up during
right.
the day,
Yes.
They tend to get bigger. And actually what you see actually is, what we've noticed is that quite a lot of women that come to see us, if you ask them, they'll tell you that they've been diagnosed with irritable bowel syndrome in the past, and then when you look on the CT scan, they might have lymphatic changes in the abdomen. Quite often, I suspect that that's what's causing the symptoms. I mean, irritable bowel syndrome is quite a common thing. So quite often, people will attribute any bloating or abdominal discomfort to irritable bowel in somebody who looks quite healthy. Actually, I think probably a LAM-related lymphatic disease causes a lot of those symptoms.
And is it gravity related? So if you lie down all day, you probably wouldn't see it. Not recommended. If someone has...
Yeah, there's no lying down all day eating fatty food.
If someone has fibroids, should they be removed? I would have thought that depended on the fibroid in the normal way. It's not going to affect the LAM, I don't think, as far as we know. Can LAM tissue appear anywhere else in the body apart from the lungs? Can it grow in other parts of the body? I guess we've sort of discussed that.
I mean, there are a few isolated reports of LAM being found in the uterus. Actually, if you look hard, you can often find some LAM cells in the uterus, and in other places. And the LAM cells do spread around a little bit. And in fact, the kidney angiomyolipomas are exactly the same type of tissue as you find in the lungs of patients with LAM, pretty much. So the main places, lungs, lymphatics, and kidneys, And very occasionally you'll get lamb-like tissue in other places, but a discrete sort of lump of it somewhere else is quite unusual, actually.
Someone can ask a follow-up question. What do they have in common? Lymphatic slums and kidneys.
Well, they have the same lamb cells in, and they have the same mutation. The lamb cells spread to the different sites.
But do they have anything in common that allows them to live in those areas and not in
No,
others?
that's a good question, actually. Lymphatics, I don't think anybody's really studied. We think that, in fact, Debbie's done some work on this, we think that in the lungs, the lamb cells attract the fibroblasts, and that's important. In the kidneys, you get a much purer population of lamb cells. And, you know, the lamb-associated kidney tumours are able to, they have lamb cells in, but they also have fat cells and they have blood vessels. And what Debbie's done in the lab is we've taken cells from angiomyomas that look like lamb cells, we've treated them with particular proteins and they've turned into fat cells. So we think there's something about the kidney environment that allows the cells to differentiate, and they sort of behave a little bit differently, but they start off the same.
The next one is perhaps a bit sort of specialised in that, and it's one that's been sent by someone who's not here, someone who has problems with sleeping, and I assume has a condition called sleep apnea, in which you can't always get your breathing right at night, so you go and then eventually you can breathe in, and there's a treatment where you wear a mask if it's bad enough, because it has quite a lot of adverse health effects if you do have sleep apnea. It's a very serious condition, and one of the treatments is that you put a mask over your nose, which is connected to a machine which gives you a sort of constant pressure, so that you sort of stilt the airway here by having this constant pressure. And someone with LAM has that as well, and they've been advised that the CPAP machine is not a good idea for LAM by someone, and by someone else that it would be perfectly all right. And the question is, what do we think? I've been thinking about it. Simon's not had any time to think about it. I actually think, because it's not actually pushing a positive pressure in, I think they're probably better with the machine, so that they're not struggling against this. It's a sort of closed glottis they get at night, where the airway collapses, so they go, which I can't think is doing LAM any good doing that. So I actually would say I think they're better off with the CPAP.
I'd agree. As you say, it's not a big pressure, it's a resistance that they
yes.
lead out against that keeps the airway.
I think the person who's advised them against it is perhaps confusing this particular mask with another one where you're pushing a positive pressure in, which could be a bit more tricky or problematic. But my thoughts about that are that it probably... But I mean, as far as I'm not aware, sleep apnea is not uncommon, but it is usually older people, and I don't know that it's connected with LAM, and there's no increased incidence, is there? Or, I don't know if anybody wants to admit that they've got sleep apnea as well, but as far as I know, there's no connection. So those are all the questions we've got written down. Are there any that you would like to raise that you hadn't got round to writing down? Harry?
So sorry, I missed what you did before. On the simvastatin with rapamycin. Last year, when you think you both said there's not enough evidence, so has that changed now?
So the question is, I guess your question is, should I take, if I'm on rapamycin, should I take simvastatin as well? Apparently last year I said there isn't enough evidence. Which was obviously true. It's an exciting area, and I think it should be studied in the proper trial. So there's two sides to this. There's some very encouraging biological data, which we discussed this morning, suggesting it's more effective than rapamycin on its own. when the people at the NIH looked at people who have LAM and are on who take statins for cholesterol problems, actually I think they had slightly lower lung function as a group. And of course that doesn't say that the statins caused it, but they certainly weren't better. I don't think those patients were on rapamycin and simvastatin though, and it's the synergy that's important. So we still don't really know, but the trial to the initial safety study, which is one of the more important things, is going to happen soon, and so we should have the results of that within, I don't know, the next 18 months, maybe, I don't know, maybe a little longer. But I mean, we've had this discussion before about things. If everybody starts taking something that might be a good idea, it then gets hard to do a study on it and things. And of course, you've got to balance that against your individual risk. But we're not a lot further forward, I think, is the bottom line.
I mean, it struck me when you were talking earlier that there must be a lot of people on rapamycin and statin because rapamycin tends to increase cholesterol. And I just wondered whether you could sort of short-circuit the research sort of by looking retrospectively at the rate of decline in lung function in people on rapamycin alone versus those on the two. I mean, I can't think there are any major side effects because, as I say, there must be a lot of people on the two drugs together. So, but whether it actually helps or not, I think is... I mean, I agree with Simon. At the end of the day, you really need a proper trial, of randomised controlled trial. But I don't know whether there'd be enough, or whether it would be easy enough to get data retrospectively now that everybody's having lung function measured to see whether, you know, they seem to do better if they were on the two drugs rather than one.
There are not so many people in England because, of course, people who have LAM tend to be younger and the risk factors and the need to go on a statin for cholesterol are quite low. You know, the younger, don't have high blood pressure, or all of them don't have heart disease, and so all those sorts of things. So,
Any other questions?
How do you become part of a clinical study?
By saying yes when you when you're asked.
Well, usually, if you're in an area where there's one going on, LAM being a rare disease, people will try and seek you out and invite you to participate. That's usually how it works, really. And at the moment, it pretty much depends on who's, you know, if it's a drug trial, although, you know, we discussed, I think, 5 that are sort of happening in various places. Most of those are pretty, you know, small proof of concept type studies. So as a percentage of women with LAM, not that many are able to be in trials because there just aren't that many, and most people don't have one in their sort of area really. But certainly when we, you know, the next thing that crops up in the UK or Germany maybe, you'll probably hear about it.
You nearly always need a trial centre in your area because you'll have to go and have certain tests done under certain conditions. It's not necessarily... I mean, there are questionnaire surveys and things you can do online, but for the big drug trials, you know, quality control of how the data's collected is extremely important. So just going along to your local hospital and having a breathing test wouldn't really do it. It's got to be in a trial centre where everything's done according to the protocol. So I mean, it is frustrating because I'm sure there are lots of patients who would like to help with trials, but they're not in the right place at the right time.
Somebody asked a question about fibroid earlier, and I was just thinking, it sort of made me think about something that was on Landline a while ago. There was a big discussion about LAM patients and their fibroids. And I'm aware that, you know, lots of women have uterine fibroids, but is there a link at all between LAM and having a uterine fibroid?
Probably, I think probably not. They're both estrogen-dependent diseases. Smooth muscle-like cells are both involved, and so maybe there are common risk factors. Most normal fibroids, if you can have a normal fibroid, I mean it's a benign tumour. Most of these fibroids, they don't have TSC mutations. People have looked, and so the underlying thing is different. Although there's a guy in the States who's made a neat model of LAM. Are we still on the internet now? Shall I say? So who's knocked out TSC2 just in the uterus of animals, and they develop these fibroid-like lesions that spread around, including go to the lungs. And he thinks that these cells spread from the uterus, and they might be one potential cause of LAM. They're not normal, real fibroids, but there's a relationship and some commonality. But I don't think the fibroids and the LAM are the same thing. It's probably the group of people that get both diseases would be my take on it.
I've got a very large one at the moment, which I'm hoping to be removed. And I'm just thinking, would it be useful to have, would anybody want any of that tissue? Is there any way more of that?
I mean, there are things that you could probably do with that tissue. It's finding the right person, really. I mean, I'm sure it'll be available if anybody, in the future, if anybody wanted to look at that sort of thing, then that's the sort of thing that they would perhaps go and find from the pathology archives to study, with appropriate consent, obviously.
Is there a connection between endometriosis, do you think it is, and fibroids? Are they the same thing?
No. The endometriosis is when the lining of the womb overgrows. Fibroids are when the muscle layer underneath that overgrows. So they're both estrogen dependent and share some of the same risk factors, but they're slightly separate biologically. I think we have to wind it up now.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank you,
very much.
everybody. Before we close it out, Jill Hollis, one of many things she does is liaise with patient groups around the world, and she's going to say a few words about something happening in Europe.
Thank you, Kelly. I'm going to be very quick, but first is just to make you aware that the European Respiratory Society have their annual meeting, and this year it's going to be in Munich on the 9th of September. And LAM has got, it's not quite centre stage, but it's going to have a scientific session in the afternoon of that day, Tuesday the 9th of September, and Simon is one of the speakers at that. There's also going to be a presentation by an Italian patient, Iris Bassi. Some of you have possibly met her. She's a very dynamic LAM patient who has been doing a lot of getting people together and pushing the scientists and getting the scientists and patients together. And so one of the things that they have organised is in the morning of Tuesday the 9th of September, there's going to be a meeting of LAM patients from not just across Europe, but across the world, sitting down to look at some of the patient priorities for people with LAM in Europe. Of course, realistically, the people that are going to attend that morning is going to be a very small proportion of the number of women with LAM. And so to try to get some data ahead of that meeting, there has been a questionnaire devised. And so after spending all day having information coming at us, I'm going to ask you, just in reply, we'd quite like to ask you for information, and by completing this questionnaire, not today, it's something that will send out by email, possibly next week. And really just to say, I'd really appreciate if as many LAM patients here could complete the questionnaire as possible, because it's on that data about living with LAM and what the most important things to us are, that we can then feed that into the morning meeting, which will then be taken to the scientific meeting in the afternoon. The one caveat is that the questionnaire has been constructed by committee, and it reflects that. And it's been constructed by committee by people in many languages other than English, as far as I can see. So the reason that I'm saying it might be next week before I get this thing out to you is I probably want to do a bit of a crib sheet, which is a kind of PS, what they mean here is, just to make it a little more appealing and meaningful. So I've got to do that sort of translation job. So with this sort of hands up, don't blame me for the questionnaire. If you go, what's she asking us to do? I'd love if as many of you could take part in it as possible. And for those of you who are interested, if anyone is around the Munich area on the 9th of September and want more details, I'm Jill Hollis. I'm going to be running off straight after the meeting to get a train to Edinburgh, but I'm available by email. So I'm very happy to share as well on either the conference itself or the questionnaire. But the questionnaire will be coming to you, I hope, in an inbox soon. Thank you. Oh, but yes, we have a problem that lots of LAM things seem to be going into spam boxes as a result of some changes that some of the big internet providers made to their security systems about a month ago. They're making sure that none of the spam gets in, but also that none of the LAM stuff gets in either. So, so that's a very good point. Thanks.
Thanks, Jill.
Just on that, I heard recently from somebody to do with the residents association that if there's more than 15 names, this is Apple, let's say, if there's more than 15 names, it goes into spam. So they're sending things out in separate bits. So if you want to send 45, divide it by 3. So that might be worth investigating.
All right, well, no, we'll pass that on to our
IT experts.
Yeah.
That's when it goes to spam. It's probably the reason.
Thank you.
Good to know, thanks. I'm going to leave somebody out, I am sure, of all the thank yous that are owed today. And thank you again for the dinner last night. It was wonderful. Yes. Thank you for all of the speakers for giving up a Saturday, and to our singers, to everybody who donated raffle prizes, to Jane for the plants, the cake people, to everybody who bought things, obviously. Thank you to Julie Mullins and David Mercer and the Mullins family for streaming us and for the raffle and everything else you guys do. I know I am forgetting somebody. Oh, I hate that. And also thank you to Sophie and Charlie and Helen's daughter for helping clean up. And thank you to Jan, again, for everything today and for the whole year. So tea and coffee are in the lobby for those who can stay, and otherwise thanks to you guys all for coming as well. Yeah. And also check the raffle table because the winning numbers will be on your raffle prizes. And we'll see you again next year, hopefully. Thank you.